like it's helping people learn different ways. Is there a way through this though? I feel like this always gets like everybody gets on one side or the other, not here in this conversation, but just out the dialogue you hear. And isn't it both? It's we need to transparency. We need more transparency. We need more accountability. And I mean, some of the language in here is important. Don't always communicate clearly with parents. They don't, especially about things like student learning. And so all that, like, I think that's great that that's in here. And then we also need to support teachers more. And I feel like that's where it breaks down. You've got the parent people, you got the support teachers. And I would suggest, I'm sure not everybody will agree with it, we wouldn't be in like the temperature level around some of the issues would not be nearly as high if teachers have been better supported and not left to sort of freelance on really complicated topics. And so like there's a big piece here in that like those two things, and it's a both and. We don't need to choose between better parental engagement, involving parents more, making sure parents have the transparency into things that they should have, and also supporting teachers more. And I think both parents and teachers are a little frustrated right now, and so that's like a good place to sort of enter the conversation.
So to Tammy's, I would love to see some language, and maybe if you can come up with something that we could look at, because this is on the agenda again tomorrow, so you've got a chance tonight. Thank you.
Please, yeah.
I do think that there's a means by which to incorporate both, because I will say I was at my child's school yesterday talking about, we were doing an IB review. And as I was doing the parent perspective, and I think one of the things that I took away from that is, regardless of the school, there are so many technological pieces these days to what's going on in a school. So a teacher uses this platform or that platform. And this is my field, and I even feel left out of the understanding of all of these different platforms that I'm supposed to engage on what my child is doing every day. And so I do think there's a means by which schools do need to provide parents the opportunity to have some kind of actually really training. Like, is there support available to teach parents how to use Google Classroom, how to use this or how to use that? And so I think there's an involvement piece there too. And we also have to realize not everybody has easy access to technology when we're supporting all of these school-based technological means. It's just not always there. So just that point too. So the training is important. I can see that being the word, but there's also another piece to it.
Yeah, I'm happy to take all of this in and try to finesse it.
I will say, the first draft was much more prescriptive as to this. The first draft said we must provide training to parents, and now we're encouraging local school divisions to do it. If you go back and sort of the evolution of this, one of the reasons for that change is, my constant concern about what the role of the board is versus the role of the locals, and wondering how much of this, belongs in our report. I understand that there is a desire to see a paragraph dealing with parental involvement in education. And I mean, it is clear on the research that parental involvement or engagement, sorry, I probably keep using the wrong words there, can enhance outcomes. So I get that piece. I am not sure how much, and I certainly think the board ought to recognize the role, and that we as a board on those matters that come before the board ought to communicate clearly. Things like the school data quality profiles ought to be clearly communicated, etc. I personally, but I didn't take it out in the drafting because it was important that we see what other folks wanted. Would be quite comfortable paring this down to basically those areas of responsibility that are the boards, as opposed to that really fall upon the locals. I mean, even we have no capability of allowing the time and space for parents and teachers to meaningfully engage. It's just not in our purview at this point. It's a local operational issue. And, so part of the things you mentioned, interestingly enough, are also not sort of, and I'm not suggesting it was wrong to mention them, but the interaction between parents and the locals, the local divisions, is much more significant than the interaction between parents and us at, the sort of systemic level. That was my point. Not that your point was wrong or anything. So, like I said, when I first saw it in the mandate of training, I said, hey, let's just pull this. And then after discussion with Emily, we said, well, we'll move it down, a notch from mandatory because we don't have control over that to sort of, I guess aspirational. And now as I listen to the discussion, I wonder, should we stay within our lane even more here or not? That is not to take out the section entirely, but to take out those portions of the section that deal with items that are just not us.
I think that's an interesting question, but I also think that the idea of elevating, when I read this report, so much of it speaks to the house is on fire. There are things we need to do to address it. And so for me, focusing on engagement at the angle, at the level that gets to how the house is not so much on fire, which speaks to what am I being provided as a parent in support of my child's, education. And I think the board's role in elevating that, we have to be concerned about that. From that particular angle is the place I was going with this. So that plays a little bit to pairing without sort of delving into other aspects of the issue that may be more locally determined. But the idea of children doing better does require parents to be engaged and understanding, are they making the kind of progress that, while I wasn't involved in PTA, when I go to conferences, I'm really honing in on how are things going? Are there things I could be doing? That is the moment, that is the space. And so to the extent that educators feel like they can use those spaces to really help support that, that's to the good. So yeah, I'm maybe narrowing would be helpful without taking away from all of the other relevant points that were made.
So perhaps we are kind of getting to that, because I was thinking about the same thing during Jenna's presentation. One of the things that I remember is I had some teachers that really did a good job of explaining what the PALS assessment was to my child and to her larger achievement and goals that were set. And then I had others that just simply sent the paper home, never told me about what that meant. And so perhaps we're getting at that goal by directing things like, the Literacy Act to add more of those opportunities within professional development to support teachers in really encouraging, that open conversation about what do these assessments mean? What are the impacts on your students' overall achievement in their growth from assessment to assessment? We need to explain to parents so that they can be an active part of the growth of their child by setting specific. I had some teachers that gave goals out of how we progress to the next level. And then I, again, had teachers that just passed me the paper and said, or sent it home in the folder. Well, if I'm a parent that knows nothing about that, what does this mean to me? How do I help my child do any better? Or do I even know that this is good or bad or whatever? So I do think that there's some, we can tie this to some of those opportunities within the work that we are doing and supporting that progress of involvement positively.
Are we comfortable, like as a statement, I do think an area for the board, Mr. President, that we could, especially some of the conversations we're going to have just later this afternoon, like that it is an expectation, and we need to do our part to support this with good systems and so forth. But it's our expectation you're going to communicate forthrightly and clearly with parents. And we do have some divisions right now that I would respectfully suggest are not doing that. You're hearing there's some NAEP denial out there that it's not a problem, and this kind of stuff. And I do think like it's useful. If we want parents to be engaged, we've got to level with them. And that's not happening consistently and in a really high quality way. And we need to, I think, set an expectation for that and then support that through our own policies and what we do.
Okay, so how are we going to get from here to this paragraph being redone? Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Perfect. So we'll address it tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mann. Maybe we can circulate the suggestions and maybe we can go online and edit this so it's not.
Yeah, we
Trust
can
out
either,
publicly.
yeah, we can either, Dr. Mann, I think will get me some language tonight or in the morning, and I'll be sure to have copies printed for you all to take a look at.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Holton.
Thank you. Thank you. Both of you, I think you and everybody who's been involved in redrafting this, Emily and Mr. President and others, thank for all the good work. It's a lot of work in incorporating the recent JLARC report, et cetera. You've done a lot and it's very exciting. I do have several things to raise. The first is in the first two are in the there's a section, and I will say, I'm sorry to say, I'm working from the penultimate draft. You sent us a corrected version this morning, and I've glanced at it, but my
It wasn't, it was not the version that I sent this morning was not massive changes. It was just incorporating a few additional comments that President Gecker had sent.
right. But one of them does affect so I may be quoting
Sure.
a little bit my language from the last draft, but there is a section at the end of the executive summary that talks about things we're going to do next. And
We'll need to get that updated.
yeah, and but that was changed this morning, right?
Yes, so that
right.
was some language that was
Right.
changed this
And I
morning.
do have two suggested further changes on that.
Absolutely.
And the first is that the first bullet says that things we're going to be working on is separating the legal compliance of school accreditation from school accountability in order to increase transparency. I would like to add the word exploring because I don't think we are yet at the point of committing to that. So I would just put the word exploring before the word separating. And then I would also add an additional bullet for actions to address teacher shortages within the board's purview. Because I think that's the most important thing we're looking at. Everything we need to do should be looked at through a lens of our teacher shortage crisis. And so I would propose adding those two changes to that section. If anybody wants, should I pause on that if there's any discussion on that? And then I've got some in other sections.
My mistake. I was trying to incorporate executive summary that, hit the highlights. And so we did take this piece out of the text of the report. And so do we still want to include that in the executive summary? I think we probably wouldn't, but certainly can add it.
Oh, I thought it was in it came out of the
If you take a look
text, but
at
not
the,
an executive summary.
that's right, on
Yeah,
page
I just
30,
didn't
that paragraph has
cross-reference
been
enough.
changed.
If it comes out all together, I'm okay with that.
But I do think certainly information could be added in here about the board's taking action within its purview to address a teacher shortage. I mean, that is something that is talked about throughout the report, just the crisis that we're in. And so that's something I'm happy to add in at the appropriate place in the report.
So I'll move on. My next one has to do with the question I raised earlier.
What page are you on in?
I am, again, I'm on the penultimate draft, but I will tell you in just a second. It is on page, mine says 5 of 30, if I'm in the right spot. And it's, it's very close to the beginning of the condition of and needs of public education in Virginia.
Okay.
I think that we, there's a paragraph, there's some italicized indented section, and then after that, there's a paragraph that starts, despite increases in education funding.
Right.
Yes.
Mhm.
And then it goes on to talk about the reading specialist prescription and what happened with VLA. I am not yet clear whether what happened with VLA, how does that compare? Did the VLA reading specialist positions meet our SOQ prescriptions? They were differently worded.
They're different numbers. And I guess in some cases they may, and in others they won't, right?
So-
I
so
think the VLA is what, 1 to 550?
Yes.
1 to 550, but only for K3.
It is only for K3, and the board's prescription was related to K5.
Well, and the board's prescription was really based upon a percentage of third graders failing
Failure rate.
times the enrollment for K5.
So,
And so,
So
but
I'm
it
worried
also had though a ratio of 1 to 5, right, for 2.5 hours. And how
right,
that settles out, I mean, this is, what made it into the bill. And I'm not going to tell you I know all the numbers, but if you have a low failure rate, right, in a school, we may be comparable. If you have a higher failure rate, we clearly, under the board's prescription, would require more specialists than the 1 to 550 K3 does.
so I just think this language could be clarified, and I'm sorry, I don't have specific language, but to be clear that the board's prescriptions in the SOQ have not yet been fully met by the VLA changes. Specifically, the VLA does not address grades 4 and 5, or were our changes all the way up, or were they just through elementary? What was
Our
that?
changes right now, as I recall them, and I'm not going to tell you 100%, but I believe it was elementary. And the K5 was really, didn't say we had to, deal with children K5. What it said was you had a staff
Right,
based upon a number.
okay, okay.
That number was calculated by the percent failing third grade times the enrollment
I
in the
see.
school.
Right.
Okay.
So-
But the ratio of, reading specialist, it was a 1 to 5 ratio with the kids, right, for 2.5 hours of instruction.
So maybe the right way to ask it is to ask if the department can provide us some specifics by tomorrow, then we can use that language. But if not, then we can maybe change our language here to just be clear that because the criteria were different, it is the SOQ prescription need withstands the changes made by the VLA. And so we want both, in other words. Or we want whichever is higher, or what do we want? You see my question.
Progress, but we want to finish.
Well, that's the thing.
Appreciate the progress, but we
That's
think
right.
there's still
That's
work to be
exactly right.
done.
Yeah, well, especially in the schools that are experiencing higher failure
Right.
rates.
So when I read this, it was not clear to me whether what the, and we can say that maybe the way to say it is the specialists added as part of the VLA have helped reduce the need for additional specialists and may well bring down the budget impact, but do not fully meet the
Happy to add
needs
that.
of the SOQ prescription. So some language like that, and then maybe we should be asking Kent to calculate what is the remaining budget impact, so that not in time for our paperwork, but for the legislature.
Yeah, that's the point, what it is on the margin then instead of, that's
Right.
right, because what we're asking for now will be a little bit less
I
costly
think it
on
was
the margin.
35, 40 million
That's fair.
originally for this piece. And, what happened in the
Yeah, no, that's fair.
VLA was some portion of that
Yeah, we had 37.9 million for this.
for the
And so that-
SOQ.
Yeah, for the SOQ. So you're right. I mean, the increase would be less than this.
Right.
Happy to get that updated.
So that's all I had on that one. I had one or two little technical things, Emily, I can share with you separately. My next one is, as I say, I appreciate you incorporating the JLARC report. One thing the JLARC report did that I don't think this draft report does, but I may have missed it. Is the JLARC report acknowledges that there was some modest rebound in SOL scores in 2022, and that in particular, they cited that the schools and school divisions that had dropped the most had rebounded the most, which was good news. And so sharing that little bit of good news, I think, is important when we talk about student achievement. We're talking pandemic learning loss, but this most recent school year, modest rebound, I think was the language that JLARC used. And so that would be my suggestion, that we adopt that language.
And
Oh.
there is some of that on page 18, but
Did
I
I
can
miss it?
certainly beef that up. It says, with the exception of writing, students overall and students in all demographic groups made progress in the 21-22 compared to the performance during 2021. But happy to beef that part up as
Okay,
well.
so maybe I missed that, but I tell you, I thought the modest rebound language, and in what you just read, did it say, and that those who had dropped the most rebounded the most?
No, that's not, I don't have that in there, but happy to include that.
The next thing there were a couple of other things that came from JLARC. JLARC's characterization of,
Can we just go back and
Yep,
talk
I'm
about
sorry.
that point for a minute? I'm sorry. Yeah.
no.
Yeah, I don't mind including factual data. I think that's fine. I think, what the board thinks it means then is also important. And I would hate to have, things in the report be misread to think that we believe that the system is currently, well, as it was resourced pre-pandemic and even with a modest rebound post-pandemic, has got sufficient resources to take the COVID cohort through with the education that they ought to have at grade 12, by grade 12. I think, and one of the things that wasn't addressed in the initial draft was, we got sort of two issues, right? The system has stabilized, meaning that sort of the pre-pandemic system, we already believed was showing some cracks and achievement was sliding. And so we had done some things, or we prescribed some things in 19, which we said we're going to basically say to the stabilized system, you're not doing enough. It's going to take additional resources. Here's what we think. That includes both the teacher piece, the reading piece, all those things that we talked about. Now we've got a second problem put on top of that first problem, right? Which was much bigger, which is now you've got a cohort of kids coming through. And as somebody said this morning, I guess, Jenna, reading is cumulative. How are we going to make up for the loss that occurred among those kids who were in the system when COVID hit and we shut down schools? Which is a slightly different problem than how do you deal with the new kindergartner coming in for the first time into a stabilized in-person system. I hope this makes sense.
Yep.
But I sort of split the issues into two pieces now. One of them is a cohort moving through that has lost a year and a half, however you want to measure it, of educational attainment, right? And the other are a group of kids coming into a system that pre-pandemic in some places was doing very well, and other places was doing very poorly. And we said, in order to fix the very poorly, here's what we have to do. That's been compounded now by, and we noted in 19, which is why that quote's there, we've got a problem. But then I guess using the house on fire analogy, it was just the match was lit. The house wasn't yet burning. Now post-pandemic, we're seeing the house burning. So I would like to see us maintain, and this is just me, not the board, but speaking for me, sort of the understanding that we weren't doing enough before the pandemic. That's still got to be addressed, but the resources that it's going to take to bring us for that for the during pandemic cohort up to what ought to be expected are going to be over and above the stabilized system resources. And so
I agree with all that.
if we're willing to put your comment in context, that is, it's great that they had a rebound, but they didn't rebound to where we need them to be.
Absolutely.
And
not.
if you're a first grader who missed in-person reading, during the pandemic, and now you're moving into third grade next year, and you are going to be behind, right? I mean, it's just, even if technically you can meet grade level, you're going to be further behind than you were. And I think we as a board at the Commonwealth as a whole needs to address what that makeup's going to look like. How are we going to fix that problem?
So I hear you on all of that, and I agree, and happy to look at language that helps make, I don't think that being more specific
No, like I
about
said,
the
I don't care
data
about the facts
takes
being there.
away from that.
That's right. I just, again, if we're going to include the numbers,
Right.
I want to put a
I
context
just-
around
yeah,
those numbers.
yeah. So I'm
Yeah.
happy to, and if you want to work on context language
Yeah.
tonight, like,
To torture your analogy, Mr. President, I feel like our role as a board is on these things always, we're the fire inspector, right? Our job's not to talk up or down. And I think like we should put all the data in there. I think that's really important, but we need to make sure we're not over indexing. And we know like there's people who want to use this data just to run down the schools and we shouldn't be giving cover for that. But likewise, there's people who want to say, que sera, sera, this is,
Everything's
we're doing, they're rebounding. And so like we're on a good track and this is all overhyped. And that's a problem as well. And so our job is to, as best we can, you know, to mix metaphors, call balls and strikes, whatever, be the fire inspector, say what's going on. And so I just want to make sure I take your point. I just want to make sure we don't over index on, we don't want, we should put in all the data and accurate picture, but that we don't give cover to any particular narrative.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. That's good. Okay. Go
I've
ahead.
got two more. Another one from Jay Larkin. This is the first sentence under student achievement. The current says, results from the 2021-22 administration highlight both a long-term downward trend and the impact of the pandemic. The long-term downward trend, I would like to add after the word trend, in some areas. And I would raise up the JLARC characterization of what was happening before the pandemic was, and I'm quoting, prior to the pandemic, most key indicators of Virginia student academic achievement had been generally stable, with the exception of elementary school reading scores, which had been modestly declining for several years. And I would say, you know, reading scores had been down, and that's one of the impetuses of the Virginia Literacy Act, a huge, huge, important focus. And I also think that if you look at some of the gaps, there were some things that were going down in for certain population groups, but that the overall trends, I think the JLARC accurately reports that the longer term trends were stable, and therefore there should be some modifier in that long-term downward trend in some areas is the language I would propose.
Can I propose a modification? This is one where we may disagree because I think the words Virginia's indicators are doing an awful lot of work in that sentence. I mean, I think we are establishing that we've got some problems with some of our indicators. So I think like we need, it's definitely, it's not everything. I totally take that point, but we need to caveat there may be some problems with some of our indicators. You know, particularly we're going to have a conversation about cut scores. So I think we need to, I'm not against that. Again, I think we want to call balls and strikes, but we just want to make sure we're like very clear. Virginia's indicators are in some cases fairly falsified, if you will, by other data that we see. And not just the NAEP, that's the ACT. We see like, so I think we just want to be very careful how we phrase that.
I was just trying to figure out what page we're on.
It's the
Oh,
top of
okay, I'm on page-
17,
No,
I-
when we're
thank
talking
you.
about
I have it at the
SOL
bottom of page
assessments.
16, but it's because I'm looking at the
My
wrong graph.
apologies. Thank you.
So it's under student achievement, and the language I would be proposing to add is in the very first sentence, after the word downward trend in some areas.
Could we be very specific about
Yeah.
reading? I mean, because
Yeah, I would be okay with that.
Highlight
Highlight a long-term downward trend in reading
in reading,
and the impact of the pandemic more broadly.
would that,
But I'm not sure that would
Satisfy
meet
everyone's
Mr.
concerns?
Rotherham's needs.
I think we need something in here somewhere that gets at, do we have confidence in all of these indicators? I mean, we have that enormous delta that we see between NAEP and SOL. Do we have full confidence? Like essentially, JLARC is and as is appropriate, what they're doing there is they're saying based on Virginia indicators, our role is slightly different. Do we have confidence that those are the right barometers at this point?
And I would suggest the best way to address that is to say somewhere that we're hoping to look at and learn more about those, you know, what are the implications of those differences?
I'd be fine with that. Would you also be comfortable if we put something like, and there's discrepancies between those indicators and some other
Yeah, I wouldn't
measures?
agree with
Because not all
discrepancies because I
measures.
think they're measuring different things. So the word discrepancy would give me, I would not be comfortable
But
with.
what's a word that, and others should obviously weigh in here. Writing by committee is a lot of fun, but others should probably jump in. What's a way to describe? I just want to make sure we don't part of the problem I think here is we have some indicators that we have questions about their utility and then a whole bunch of questions about how do we actually make them better.
But-
and we don't
but
have answers to
it-
that yet.
here-
So I
here-
don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but I think we have to indicate that.
But in this particular language that I'm raising up, and I hear you, you may have something somewhere else, but we're talking about trends. And the trend line in the SOL results, nothing's changed significantly in the measurement tools on any of that in the trend range that we're talking about. The English language, for instance, that reading drop that I asked Jenna about, I think we did when we had a new test come out, we recalibrate. We had a change in the numbers on English language in 2012. That's why we went from 85% pass rate down to 70%. But there's been no change in that since. There's been no change in the cut scores or anything else that would impact any of the rest of that since then. So
It sounds like what we need is some more precise right, yeah.
trend data over time, downward trend or stable trend in the SOL scores. I don't think there's been any monkeying with the numbers that's affected that.
We still haven't got, we asked, and Dr. Bala, maybe you can help. We've asked for sort of audit on, or not an audit, that's not the right word, but an accounting of all the cut score changes so we can make sure everyone's on the same page. Is that coming? I see you reaching. Are you reaching for it? My heart is a flutter. Were you? No.
I wish I was reaching for it. I think that is part of the presentation tomorrow.
There's going to be a discussion tomorrow about considerations
Right.
in the process around cut scores. I don't know that an audit is in place. I don't
Well,
know.
I mean, audit's not the right word. Just like a baseline, so we all like are operating from the same. Because like I don't.
Right.
When you ask me that, my answer is I don't know because I don't
Right.
know all the changes, and so like we need to.
So I would suggest that the solution here is maybe to add back in some language that we're going to be exploring cut scores and exploring implications, studying something like that.
Yeah, I think in the looking ahead section, potentially adding some language, like Ian said, about exploring, the differences between what SOLs measure and what NAEP measures, and considerations moving forward may be a better place to put that.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting like have some
Right.
full-throated attack on the SOL,
Yeah, no,
but I'm
I
also
think
not
it's a great
suggesting we
place
say
for
that
it.
that's a measure that
So
everyone. thinks
here's
is
some
doing us
language
an
maybe
accurate
in that
picture.
looking forward, exploring the implications of the differences between different measures, C, NAEP, SOL. Does that meet your
But
need?
yeah, but I would probably broad it, but between NAEP and other national measures because we see this like ACT is
Yeah,
and I
So
think
exploring the implications of the differences.
yeah, and I think
between
for
different
just potentially
metrics.
other data that districts are using that sort of tell that story. So we just want to.
I
Yeah,
could be
I guess
comfortable with that.
I'm a little confused. I've never heard anybody suggest that the SOLs don't measure what we say they measure. And we've been using them in Virginia for a long time. I'm not aware we've had problems getting our kids into colleges and, moving on with life. I understand that there may be a desire to put a separate measure in place that, looks like higher expectations. That I get, but I'm just, number one, in the 7 years I've been on the board, we have never changed a cut score. I mean, we don't change them. They get set once when a new test is done, right? Cut scores go once per test. And so, that hasn't happened. Dr. Sieber, you were a superintendent for a long time. Do you have any reason to believe that the SOLs don't measure what we think they measure?
I think it comes back to
I
the
mean, and
idea.
we're required to do them by statute anyway at this point.
We have a system, but I think Mr. Rotham's point was that we use multiple measures. And again, how we try to align them or not align them is a challenge because the different measures have different purposes.
Right.
And if we make them all the same, we don't need multiple measures anymore.
Agreed.
So I think the idea that we do have multiple measures, different purposes. And whereas what I'm hearing is there's scrutiny about, what the scores mean for the state, probably not so much for individual, as much individual. I think that there's scrutiny about that, but there's also a baseline scrutiny about the assessments themselves, which are still largely a 1990s architecture. And that, there's bigger pieces here at play again, how we wordsmith this, I'm not sure, but I think that I started to hear a little origin toward the move toward being more discreet about these are the things we see in specific data points, but that, again, I don't even want to hitch you know, like Mr. Rothenheim was saying, there's other national indicators out there. I don't even want to hitch all our wagons to NAEP. I think we need to, again, multiple indicators are the tools that we need to use to look at things.
Not arguing the second point, I guess it's the first, which is, you know, the explanation this board has had about SOLs is they indicate minimal proficiency, right, in order to move on. And that's what they measure, period. I've never heard anybody question that they're not a good measure of minimal proficiency. Now you have the fundamental question, should we be content with minimal proficiency or should we require more, right? You have all that can be talked about. But I guess I'm concerned that the idea that the SOLs, which we've given here, what, for 20 something years, 25 years, this is the first I've heard, honestly, Andy, anybody say they don't measure what we say they measure.
Well, that's not quite right. We have like, we're talking about the discrepancy between NAEP, and people can say the NAEP standard's too high.
Well, no,
But
they also say
where
they
we are-
measure something different than the SOLs. What I'm saying, your comment, I think, was that,
They're both.
you know, we call into question.
Yeah, and I want to be clear. I'm not arguing that we use this report in any way to like launch some sort of assault on the SOLs or anything else. I just think we want to make sure that we are telling that sort of our current levels of pass rates on the SOLs, a reasonable observer could say that that is insufficient. The standard is too low. There's evidence there. And so I just want to make sure we, you know, again, we don't need to jump into some big
Right, no,
fray
I
here,
get
but that
that.
we are accurately, especially given the context of the conversations we're going to have just literally later this afternoon, that we are just accurately, that this is stuff we are looking at to figure out.
So just,
In the context of the report, though, as you just said, I think, I certainly don't want to call into question the bona fides of the SOLs and what they measure.
I think that's fine, but we need to point out there's other indicators that I think we can get
We have
there.
NAEP all
Yeah.
throughout this report.
Right. I just want to make sure,
There's
yeah,
pages of NAEP in here. It's not like we're ignoring it.
right. There's NAEP, there's ACT. I just want to make sure we are very clear every time we say like things, you know, where things are going up, like there's been a rebound in some of the hardest hit divisions, we should say that. This is not about like telling one kind of a story or another, but that we are providing appropriate context, I think is really important here.
so
Especially given the conversations we're going to be having, so that they can be grounded in what we know and what we don't know.
So just to bring it back to some language, maybe something in a looking forward section about studying the implications of or exploring how the SOL results implications compare to the implications of other assessments. I've got too
Yeah, and
many
how our
words.
standards, something about how our,
Right.
you know, our standards and what we're asking of schools and students, are they sufficient and all that? And
How we
again,
can-
I don't think we need to provide answers, but questions we are going to be looking at.
Maybe how we can use multiple measures to better understand where students are.
I would say rather than use, probably consider, because
Yeah,
we don't know
no.
Yeah.
yet. Yeah.
Right,
I have the
consider.
implications.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure we're not like prejudging.
Right. I could live with that kind of language in the
Yeah.
looking forward. And then should I move on to my last one? Chronic absenteeism is highlighted in the JLARC report in a major way as a very significant continuing problem from the pandemic. And I don't think that it was mentioned, if at all, maybe I missed it, but I think it was not mentioned in any significant way in our report. And I think it should be. And one of the things JLARC raised up was that apparently the department, we have we, the board, have some obligation to look at how we deal with chronic absenteeism in terms of accountability and accreditation. But the department is supposed to be spending money on a attendance support program, and JLARC suggests that we're got a procurement out or something, and maybe we could update JLARC a little, because JLARC made it sound like we're that it's a work in progress, but maybe that there's a need to accelerate that work was what I read between the lines on JLARC. And so if there is something the department's got that shows progress on the department providing this tool that will help divisions address chronic absenteeism, that might be worth highlighting. but maybe that's too much into the department, not the board, and so I defer to you, Mr. Gecker. But certainly the measures of chronic absenteeism uh, are appropriate report on the state of the land.
I have no objection to including something on chronic absenteeism.
No, in fact, I agree with that. I'd add, like
100%.
JLAC also highlighted student behavior, and there's not a lot in there in our report on that either. I
Yeah,
thought,
I think you're right.
and they did a nice job saying the data limitations, but this is ties to the teacher piece. Teachers, you hear this anecdotally, and it shows up like, and we're talking about all these reasons teachers are leaving, but one of them is they're really struggling with behavior, and I think just in terms of, JLARC, I think did a nice job of surfacing that in their analysis, and we should, to the extent we can borrow from them without getting hit for plagiarism, it seems like we probably should. Yeah.
Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am.
On that note, that was one thing that I did feel very strongly about in being included in this report is the discipline piece that was brought up by JLARC, because there was no correlation to any changes in policy that have happened either within the department or from the General Assembly. And I think that that's important to think about too, because it is strongly correlated to teacher retention. But it is also strongly correlated to strong principal leadership in school buildings. And so I think that's kind of a cross-pollination of where we need to, additionally goes to student achievement. And so I think that addressing discipline and how, obviously, JLARC came to their report and said, look, after kids have been home for the time that they had been home, they aren't used to the confines and rules technically of the school building and what is expected of them. And I think probably when schools reopened, the adults in the building were like, okay, we're going back to the way it was. Well, you haven't given so many of those kids who maybe that's a short-term memory type process for them. They have to be really just completely reoriented to what's expected of them daily, as much as teachers and school administrators have to have that reorientation as well. And the children who were new to school, so they came into going into second grade, and they had never had in classroom expectations before in a lot of our school divisions. So I think the discipline issue absolutely has to be addressed here.
Okay, can we add some of the JLARC stuff in your spare time between now and tomorrow?
Yeah, I may skip dinner to get some of this done.
All right. Anybody else have comments? Or are we relatively okay with the direction, at least, of the report?
Well, where are we landing, Mr. President, on requests? The last version I read still had 2021 requests, which it sounds like a lot. We've done reasonably. Like, where are we? I may be the only one who's confused, but where are we landing on like specific asks?
I don't think we have any real specific asks. We have a restatement of the prescribed SOQs, which.
Okay, that's my question. And we're comfortable with that. Do we want other things we want to add?
Well,
that was my question.
Yeah. And I don't mind discussing what we want to add, but let me just say again, as we started this with, the board hasn't really had an in-depth look at what it is we want, where things are going. And so I'm a little hesitant to sort of make asks before we've done the work to know what it is we want to ask for. I think the resource piece, I haven't heard anybody say, no, that's not right. The cohort rolling through the pandemic piece, I haven't heard anybody say, no, that's not right. Those are pretty clear from the data. We highlight the NAEP data. We talk about the discrepancies. And, unless there's a movement to take out the old prescriptions, which I hope there's not.
And I want to be clear, I don't have a list up my sleeve that I'm about
Yeah.
to unveil. I just think,
No, but
I
if
just
you
think
do,
we
I
should,
mean, let's talk about it.
I just think we should talk about it and think about with, is there anything we want? That's all I was asking.
Dr. Siebert.
So, okay, so I was clear. My understanding was that the board went through a process for its 2021 standards of quality prescriptions, but I think what you're opening the door for, Mr. Rotherham, is there any, maybe not on that numbered list, but in that section,
Yeah.
what else would
No,
we be
I-
asking for?
I think
Gotcha.
that's what he's saying.
Gotcha. Okay.
I will say nothing made it on the list previously, which is not to say we can't do it this time, that hadn't taken a year and a half of board work to get there.
Right.
I mean, I will say that, it's, again, people can disagree with the conclusions, but I don't think anybody would disagree that the board spent a lot of thoughtful effort coming to those conclusions. And so I hesitate, again, it has been sort of my desire to have this board thought upon and actually be a body that debates policy in a thoughtful way based upon data, research, et cetera. And I mean, if there's some obvious asks we want to do, let's talk about them. But other than that, like I said, I personally, this is personal, not as chair, prefer that the work reflect the actual work product of the board as opposed to, being a wish list.
I agree. And I don't think
Yeah.
anything's baked enough, but I feel like it's important to talk about it because when we get asked this, particularly who knows what will happen in the assembly session and so forth, there's two answers. One's we didn't talk about that, and one is we talked about that, but we didn't have the analysis done on things to move forward. And I think what I prefer personally, I prefer one of those answers to the other. So I think it just behooves us to pause on it for a beat.
But that's been the philosophy of the report in the past, at least, again, 5 years of them.
So what I'm hearing, so what comes to my mind, Mr. President, is I think that if we do move in this direction of separating accountability and accreditation and looking at assessment and accountability in big tech, I think there's going to be resource needs there that the states we're going to have, but I don't
We don't know.
I don't know how we articulate that at this point, but I absolutely feel, there's some big things on the horizon. I just don't know how we articulate for this report.
Yeah. And remember, what this report really is in terms of our mandate is a report on the actual condition and needs. It's not the wish list report. We have used it to set the stage for various things, and we've used the data to explain why we think those things need to occur. But no buts there. It's just, that's what we've done in the past. It does not mean that is what we need to do as a board in the future. I'm explaining context, I guess. So are we good in terms of direction? And so Dr. Mann, you're going to come up with a nuanced paragraph through the fingers. I got that phrase. I'm going to start using that phrase. I like that one. Okay. And Emily, you got a couple things to steal from, plagiarize from JLARC.
That will be the easy part.
Yeah. That's right. Professionally appropriate. And I guess as soon as you cite it, it's no longer plagiarism. So.
Exactly. Highlighting everything.
But in terms of the tone, I mean, like I said, we indicate we have learning needs. I hope we indicate we're going to need resources in two different camps, two different levels. All right. Thank you all for taking a look at this. And again, I apologize to all of you for not having it done, much more promptly during the month. Okay. It's Hyslop. Good afternoon. I've been told that the appropriate person to introduce you is Mr. Rotherham. And although this is a tremendous, breach of protocol, we're going to let him do it.
I will try to be both brief and
Accurate.
take advantage of the opportunity.
Accurate, maybe?
It's actually easy to be accurate about Ann. Ann is fantastic. I'm super glad you decided to come over today. She actually lives in Richmond. She graduated in Mary, so lots of good Virginia pedigree. I know her a couple different ways. We worked together at a think tank. She was with us at Bellwether when we were smaller and scrappier. And after leaving us, she went to the department and led efforts on accountability at the federal level for the Obama Department of Education. She's now at the Alliance for Excellent Education, where she is Director of Policy Development. I'll leave it to her to tell you more, but it's a sort of education, I don't know how you, like policy advocacy organization that the former Congressman Bob Wise led for a long time. Anne's just terrific, super thoughtful on these issues, deeply committed to addressing disparities in outcomes, and just really, as I said, I'll say it a second time, just one of the most incredibly thoughtful people about this, who sort of balances that deep commitment with a real attention to the craft of policy and getting it right.
Yeah, we are delighted to have you. And if you've impressed Andy, that's more than enough for me, I'll tell you. So
Thank
I look
you.
forward to what you have to say.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me today. It's really an honor to present to y'all, especially Virginia, near and dear to my heart. And this topic is also very near and dear to my heart. So a little bit about me, I have spent probably the last 10 years really researching and analyzing school accountability systems back under No Child Left Behind, but then in particular at the U.S. Department of Education, right when the Every Student Succeeds Act was being passed and then implemented, worked with a number of states, including Wyoming, when I was at Chiefs for Change, on sort of developing ESSA implementation plans. And now I'm at, officially now, like Bellwether, we are just All for Ed. So we used to be the Alliance for Excellent Education, but we rebranded ourselves to All for Ed about a year ago. We really, though, are an organization, small nonprofit that's historically been focused on that transition from high school to higher education. So ensuring that students graduate, not just sort of with the bare minimum, but also really prepared for whatever is next in their journey, college or career. So that's historically what we have done, but we also, I think, recognize that in order for students to be ready for college and career, you need to pay attention to a lot of other aspects of the K-12 system. So we also focus not just sort of on college and career pathways, but on assessments and accountability issues, on closing the digital divide and sort of issues around resource equity. And I lead our policy team, have been there for about 4 years, but have worked in and around DC for about a decade, even though I'm now officially in Virginia. So I think the thing that I really wanted to ground today's discussion with, I'm so excited that Virginia is considering rethinking its accountability system. I think now is a really ripe time for that, because in particular at the federal level, accountability systems were paused because of COVID. We just said this is not the right time to be worrying about identifying schools or assessing students. We don't have the data we need. So all of these systems are now just coming back online after a couple years off. And so it's a really prime time and an opportunity to take a breath and see our systems actually working for us. There are definitely lots of different goals of accountability systems. These are the 3 that I identify as being some of the most important. The first, and I think I've even heard this in a lot of your comments today around the discussion that you were just having, is public transparency about school quality, being really clear to families, to educators, to teach other teachers in the system and school leaders, and to just the public in general, not to mention sort of General Assembly members and actual policymakers. It's also an opportunity, though, to really identify and incentivize state priorities for students' learning and success. You often hear, like, we measure what matters, and by choosing to put a particular data point or indicator in your accountability system, it's really a signal that this is something that our school systems and educators should be working on and prioritizing potentially over other components of the education system. And I think this is actually one of the biggest shifts that I've seen in accountability in the last 10 years, is that it's about informing school improvement and resource allocation. I think under No Child Left Behind in particular, it was seen kind of as a way to blame and punish schools and for the data and results they had. And I think we've shifted that mindset more now to, this is a way of identifying schools that need additional help. And, can we provide them extra resources, extra funding, extra technical assistance from the Virginia Department of Ed or from, other sort of state technical assistance opportunities. It's not about shaming and blaming. It's really about figuring out which schools and divisions need extra supports and helping them engage in an improvement process. So I think that that's been a really important shift and something that I keep in mind when I think about what makes an effective accountability system. So these are just some key components of an accountability system. These are just the ones I'm focusing on today. I probably could have spent the whole day geeking out on accountability with y'all, but these are some of the ones that I thought were most important for you all to sort of start thinking about as you explore this potential journey of rethinking accreditation and accountability and how that works in the Commonwealth. So the first piece here is thinking about the system that for differentiating between schools. In particular, I think there's an interest for that I've heard, from Emily and others around how can we have a system that meets both the federal requirements in the Every Student Succeeds Act, but also sort of our state priorities. So I think considering those federal requirements, but also sort of what are the state selected measures that are really important. So what indicators can we use? How should we calculate and report those indicators? And then should we have an overall school rating? When ESSA was being passed, this was one of the hot topics of conversation about should we be providing these sort of overall A through F school grades or 1 to 5 stars, or is a dashboard approach better? So these are all questions I think for y'all to ponder moving forward. I think another key question, though, is how individual student groups are considered. This is something that we've spent a lot of time at All4Ed exploring as we do work on ESSA implementation. So can a school earn a high rating overall if it has a struggling group of students? So students with disabilities, English learners, students from low-income families. Which indicators are disaggregated by student groups for accountability purposes? When it comes to school report cards, everything is disaggregated for the most part. But with accountability systems, you can sort of pick and choose. Maybe this is a measure that we're only going to look at for all students, and this is a measure that we'd like to disaggregate. And then finally, how many students have to be enrolled in a particular group to count, also known as the N size. So within a given school, if a group is small enough that it feels like the data won't be valid or reliable, that group might be excluded. So these are some of the components I'm going to talk about today. There are other ones that are not on this list because I didn't want to keep y'all here until 8 o'clock tonight. I thought this would be a good way to start. So I'm going to have sort of a section on indicators, a section on ratings, and a section on inclusion of individual groups of students. I'm happy to pause sort of after each of those sections for questions and discussion then, if there is any, because I know sometimes it's good to answer questions in the moment as opposed to waiting until the end. But if there are no questions, I'll just move on. So focusing on the indicators first to start, I think I wanted to ground this conversation a little bit in just what's required federally before talking about sort of particular choices states have made, especially since there is just this desire to have one system, not two accountability systems. Some states do have two accountability systems, a separate federal system and a separate state system. I typically recommend not going down that route if you can avoid it, because it's very confusing to the public when you have two different ratings operating at once. So the first indicator that's required federally is just an academic achievement indicator focused on the math and English language arts assessments. That's typically, your proficiency rate. How many students are meeting grade level standards in those two subject areas? And I will note that you have to sort of take into account assessment participation rate. So 95% of students, at least in that school, have to be in the denominator for the measure. The second indicator is one that depends on the grade span of the school. So for your K-8 schools, those that don't have a graduating cohort, it's just called the other academic indicator. Typically, that is often academic growth in math and English language arts as opposed to like a proficiency rate. But some states use science proficiency or other measures. So that is one of those indicators where there is a great deal of state choice. For high schools, there is less choice. It needs to be the 4-year adjusted cohort graduation rate. States can add a 5-year or 6-year rate, but it has to include the 4-year rate. And I will just note that that rate does not include students who earn a GED or other high school sort of completion certificate. It is only students who earn the standard diploma or the advanced studies diploma in Virginia. The third required indicator is a measure that just applies to schools with English learners in sufficient numbers, and that's a progress toward English language proficiency based on the ELP assessment. And then finally, the fourth indicator is school quality or student success. And this is the one where I think there's probably the most variety, the most room for state innovation and state choice. The federal law just says that these indicators need to be valid, reliable, statewide, comparable, and meaningfully differentiate schools. The other thing that I will note is that the indicators that have asterisks, federal law says that these indicators should have more weight in the system than those school quality or student success indicators. So that's what the federal law looks like. And I wanted, before sort of diving into how Virginia looks against indicators and sort of what other states are doing and some examples of interesting things around indicators, is these are 4 questions that I always ask when I'm thinking about and giving advice to state policymakers about what indicators are worth considering for accountability systems. Some of these are rooted in those federal requirements, but others are just things that are going to make the system work better. The first is that asking, is this measure valid, reliable, comparable, and measured in the same way? This, of course, is rooted in those federal requirements. By validity, I just mean, is this data point actually measuring the thing we think it should be measuring? So if we're trying to measure college and career readiness, is the ACT and SAT score a good measure of that? Or is there something that's going to be more valid? Reliable just means that the measure can be, it's going to be consistent and measured in the same way over time from year to year. Being comparable and measured in the same way, that's probably something that's in the state longitudinal data system. So there's just consistency across the way that districts are calculating that data and reporting it to the state. So I think that's pretty straightforward. The second piece here is also something rooted in federal law, and that is, can the measure be disaggregated? I said that you don't necessarily have to look at every single student group on every single indicator, but it needs to be able to be reported that way. And that means you're thinking about student level data. An indicator like teacher retention cannot be disaggregated by Black students, white students, low income students. It would be very hard to do that. So it's not that teacher retention isn't an interesting measure. It just might not be suited for a school accountability system that would meet federal requirements. The third question, I think, is this: does the measure allow for meaningful differentiation? And that is, it could be a really interesting measure, but if every school basically gets the same results on that measure, it's not going to do much to help you know which schools are doing well and which ones may need that additional support. And then finally, is progress on this measure related to improvements in student learning? If the whole point of this is to figure out which schools are doing a good job of supporting students in meeting grade level expectations and graduating college and career ready, is doing better on that measure going to help meet that goal? So apologize for the very teeny tiny font. There is a link here to the actual source, but I wanted to start just with a little bit of a landscape of what states have chosen, especially for the indicators where there is choice. That school quality student success indicator. And far and away, the most common indicator states have chosen, and Virginia is also one of those, is chronic absenteeism. It is the top measure that was chosen. Most of the other measures that states really were interested in exploring, and I should note this data comes from 2018, so the numbers may have shifted slightly since then. But all of those darker blue bars are college and career readiness measures. Typically AP, IB, SAT results or ACT scores, students doing dual enrollment or earning college credit, but there are also a number of career measures. So things like completing an industry certification or work-based learning pathway. The ACT Work Keys assessment is on there. So there's been a sort of a plethora and a proliferation of college and career ready measures. The career ready ones I wanted to point out were those with the purple arrows that I put next to them. I think there has been sort of slightly less innovation around some of the other measures that are not high school specific. But like I said, chronic absenteeism is very popular. You also see a few states, though, that are looking at school climate or student engagement survey results. You see access to the fine arts or physical education has been included. Suspension rates and student discipline has been included in some states, and early literacy and reading is another popular, somewhat popular measure across states. So that's sort of the national landscape. Here in Virginia, I thought it would be helpful, this is just my analysis, of overlaying the indicators that are currently used for Virginia accreditation against those federal indicators. This is for K-8 schools. So as you can see, the combined rate for a Virginia accreditation is actually meeting or including components of 3 federal indicators. It's including academic achievement, It's also including the other academic indicator by considering student growth or progress in English language arts and math. And then it's also considering English language proficiency. Virginia is the only state I know of that uses a combined rate in this way and reports a combined rate this way. Every other indicator that is in Virginia accreditations for K-8 schools would be considered a school quality or student success indicator. That's science, the achievement gaps among student groups, and then chronic absenteeism. The other sort of looking at this for high school, kind of a similar story plays out where Virginia is actually using what probably would be considered many more school quality student success indicators than the bare minimum. So that science, English achievement and math achievement gaps, the dropout rate, chronic absenteeism, and the college, career, and civic readiness index, which I know hasn't been fully implemented yet, would all be considered school quality indicators. The overall proficiency is not, it's still sort of doing double duty by including English language proficiency as well. And then there is this kind of the graduation completion piece is more or less the standalone graduation rate indicator. I will just note again that the completion metrics in the graduation and completion accreditation indicator would not be considered part of the graduation rate indicator because that's going beyond just that cohort graduation rate, so consider GED completion. GED completion can be included as a school quality indicator. It's just that the U.S. Department of Education wouldn't consider that to meet the graduation rate indicator for federal purposes. So I think running through all that, I wanted to just sort of give you my take. Again, this is my take. Happy to hear disagreement on this about some considerations for y'all if you're thinking about how could we improve these indicators that we're using in our accreditation standards. And this is going back again to those 4 questions that I raised earlier of, is the measure valid, reliable, comparable from states across the state? Can it be disaggregated? Is it meaningfully differentiating schools? And is it something that is actually linked to student learning? So my first primary recommendation would be to consider separating the combined rate into 3 standalone indicators. And this goes back to that question of validity. What is a combined rate measuring? It's actually measuring 3 different things. It's measuring students' academic achievement and students' academic progress and English language proficiency. Those are 3 separate concepts. And it's a lot easier for the public to see, or for anyone to sort of understand that, well, here's how a school is doing on achievement, and here's how a school is doing when it comes to growth and progress. You might see some schools that are hitting it out of the park when it comes to helping students grow and make gains from year to year, even though their students are not yet meeting grade level proficiency standards. But you don't see that with a combined rate because it's all combined into one measure. I'd also say that, it's wonderful when English learners are making progress toward proficiency, but I also want to know if English learners are doing well in reading and math and academic content, not just doing well in, attaining English language proficiency. I would also just add here too that the way Virginia is measuring growth is perhaps not as nuanced or sophisticated as most other states. Virginia's combined rate only considers student growth for students who are not proficient. So if students are not meeting grade level standards in the SOLs, they could then be counted in the combined rate if they've moved sort of half a performance level. So maybe they've gone from a low below basic to a high below basic. Other states measure student growth typically using something called a student growth percentile, which basically looks at students who had similar academic achievement in the last year and says, well, did that student grow relatively more or relatively less than other similar students this year? So if a student, had a student growth percentile of 70% in the 70th percentile, that means that compared to similar students, that student sort of was in the top quarter for growth. And that's a measure that can be calculated for students who were already proficient and advanced to make sure they continue on that trajectory, as well as for students who are far below proficiency. So it gives you more data, more nuanced data about growth than the current way that Virginia is looking at growth, which is only really looking at students who are not yet proficient and really requiring you to sort of see, did you get at least half a performance level? A student growth percentile could tell you if they grew, maybe not that whole half a performance level, but partway. So we just give more and richer information about student progress. The second sort of overarching theme I think that would be good for the board to consider would be streamlining some of the high school indicators to focus on measures with the most value. I would consider removing or de-emphasizing dropout rates. One of the reasons is that dropout is a measure that doesn't actually show a great deal of variation between schools relative to other measures. So that question about, does this do a good job of differentiating schools? Dropout rates doesn't do as good a job as chronic absenteeism or college and career readiness or graduation rates. I would also consider potentially taking out the high school completion metric entirely, just because, again, that fourth question, does progress on this measure actually lead to better student outcomes? And what we see looking at the data is that having a GED is not a good foundation for a student to succeed beyond high school. And I'm not sure that's something that the board would want to be emphasizing as much as getting that standard diploma or that advanced study diploma. I will say that ESSA does include some flexibility around considering students with significant cognitive disabilities and how they can be calculated or considered as a graduate in that standard adjusted cohort graduation rate, which Virginia could explore doing, where you could sort of have a modified diploma, but just for students that have the most significant cognitive disabilities. So that's just something I would consider.
Mr.
I
Yes.
see.
May I
Totally.
just,
Yeah.
This is really helpful. So this just, I'll save most questions for later, but
Yeah.
just a clarifying on that one. If we were to remove the completion rate, i.e. just go with the federal definition of graduation, we could, are you suggesting we do that as an indicator in accountability?
Mhm.
But that would not necessarily mean we change our definition of graduation for whether a kid gets a diploma or
Correct.
walks across the stage.
Yes, you could do that. That it would just mean that the graduation rate that's reported for accountability would only include students that have the standard diploma or the advanced diploma. And if Virginia was interested in going down this route of sort of submitting a modified diploma that was only for students who take the alternate assessment, who are the most significant cognitive disabilities, that is something the Department of Education could submit to the U.S. Department of Education, which would then allow that federal cohort rate to include students who got the standard diploma, students who got the advanced diploma, as well as those students with significant cognitive disabilities who graduated sort of with that alternate diploma. So those, I think, are some considerations. The other thing I do mention here is de-emphasizing. One of the things that can be considered is you all are thinking about changes to your accountability system is how do we weight different indicators? Instead of, one option is just remove an indicator, remove a measure entirely. But it can also, another option is to say, well, we're going to give that twice as less weight as this other measure that we think is really important. So this is going to be worth 5 points, but this will be worth 20 points. So that's kind of an in-between route if there's a desire to keep a measure in without removing it entirely. I would also want to offer just a few recommendations around the College Career Civic Readiness Index in particular. We at All4Ed have a report coming out in January that is really diving into and does a landscape of how all 50 states are measuring college career and civic readiness. And so I wanted to sort of preview some of our findings from that. The first would be considering an index to actually incentivize college and career pathways with the greatest value beyond high school. Most states, when they put college career civic readiness into their accountability systems, they treat every single pathway the same. So taking a dual enrollment course is the same as completing an industry recognized credential, is the same as getting a certain score on the ACT, is the same as enrolling in college without remediation. They're all the same. But some states, and this is an example from Louisiana, go beyond that to actually say, well, we're going to give points to different opportunities or put more weight on certain opportunities over others. In Louisiana's case, the pathway with the most points is students who actually earn an associate's degree in high school. But you also get 150 extra points if you have the standard high school diploma plus earning college credit through AP or doing what's called an advanced jumpstart credential, which is the CTE credentials in Louisiana. So that's like completing a a career pathway with a credential. So they're kind of saying, we have all these potential measures, but we're kind of putting our thumb on the scale to really encourage schools to support students through these pathways. So I think that that's sort of taking the college career readiness measures one step further to say these are the ones we truly value and we truly want to help students achieve.
Can I just,
Yes.
maybe going back and on the dropout issue,
Mhm.
just are there ways to still quantify though the nonlinear or the pathways and the on-ramps and the off-ramps that some students take to be able to have them counted or articulated in some of these other
Totally.
college or job ready issues? Or
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is a great example here. I'm glad you picked up on that in Louisiana, where they actually do include students who have GEDs, the high set, in this strength of diploma index, but they're giving it less weight than the 100. Sort of the 100 is you graduated with our standard diploma in Louisiana. You can get partial credit for high school completers. So that's a way of sort of keeping that in there and recognizing it that it is a pathway, but perhaps saying we're encouraging schools to try and get as many students to not be completing that pathway and to maybe go for one that has more points. And I think they even show too with some of this, if you have that completion, sort of completion, but also a credential, that's worth more points than just doing the GED. So if you get that GED, but you also have an industry recognized Jumpstart credential that the state sort of vets, they're getting more points. So I think it's a sophisticated way of trying to recognize all the different post-secondary options and post-secondary pathways, but say, here are some that we think are leading to the best possible outcomes for students. And they do a good job too, I think, of balancing college-oriented versus career-oriented measures. The next piece, and this font is super tiny, this example comes from Georgia. And I think one thing that is worth doing, sort of speaking of college-oriented versus career-oriented, is that I think it's really helpful when states present an overall college and career readiness rate, but also report each readiness option separately. So you can see, well, how many students actually, met the readiness through AP or IB versus how many students met the readiness credentials by work-based learning or through some other sort of career pathway. It just gives you more nuanced data. And this is especially important if you then start to see disparities. And we see that our Black and Latinx students are overwhelmingly showing readiness through certain pathways, but our white students are not. It could show some racial disparities, it could show economic disparities between divisions in Virginia that are really interesting. That you just don't get that information if you only present that top line number. It's also, I think, really interesting, and one thing I wanted to call out for Georgia, they're one of 4 states that actually uses post-secondary outcomes that are beyond high school. In their case, they were looking at schools, students who enroll in public colleges in Georgia without needing remediation as one of their college and career readiness measures. So I think that's just, again, pushing it further to say, we hope that students who do well on the SAT or who earn AP credit do well in college, but they're actually using some of their data that shows, and in fact, they did do well in college because we're looking at that, being able to enter college level coursework.
Are they doing it through the clearinghouse or are they doing it through their own student identifier?
So in their case, they're doing it through their own student identifier because they're looking at remediation rates. And the clearinghouse usually is not providing remediation rate data.
Okay.
But there are, like in, I think, Michigan's case, and Connecticut, I think they're just looking at enrollment and they're using clearinghouse data, which typically includes, all institutions nationwide as opposed to just in-state public schools. All right, that's the end of indicators. So I'm happy to take other questions about, before moving on to sort of discussion about ratings, but if there are other things that have come up that would be helpful to clarify now, happy to do so. Hearing none, I'll just breeze on through to then accountability rating. So these are those questions about, should we have an overall school rating or score? And if so, how should we think about weighting these indicators or combining them to produce it? So first of all, I just want to say ESSA does not require states to issue overall school ratings like A through F grades, 1 to 5 stars, an index score out of a certain number of points. This is something that is entirely up to states. What ESSA does require is that states need to report school performance on every indicator, disaggregated at the school, district, and state level. And then it also requires states to identify 3 categories of low-performing schools. So even if there's not an overall school grade or you get 3 out of 5 stars, states are needing to distinguish, here are the schools that need extra support. So that's sort of like a rating, but it's not quite the same thing. And then I think one thing that I sort of mentioned before again is that if a state does choose to use a school rating like a 1 to 5 star system, it does need to emphasize those required federal indicators, achievement, graduation rate, progress in English language proficiency, more than the school quality indicators. What much greater and substantial means is not defined. So I'm happy to give guidance on what states have been able to get approved, but for the most part, I think it's a pretty loose definition. So just keep those things in mind. I mentioned that there are 3 categories of schools under ESSA. So this is for states that don't have an overall rating. They are at least distinguishing schools in these 3 categories. 2 of the categories, targeted support and additional targeted support, are really focused on schools that have low-performing groups of students. So students with disabilities who are struggling, Hispanic students who are struggling, not necessarily whole school performance. That 3rd category, comprehensive support and improvement, is the lowest performing 5% of Title I schools. And that is focused on sort of schools that are having overall challenges across the indicators. It also includes any high school with graduation rates below 67%. So I think that that's just sort of keeping in mind those categories. The other sort of interesting thing is that 3rd category, for the most part, is limited to Title I schools, but the other 2 categories are not limited to Title I schools. It's any school that has a struggling subgroup defined by the state, however you would like to define consistently underperforming. And then you also have differences in how frequently the schools are identified. So category 2 and 3 can be identified once every 3 years, which is what Virginia has chosen to do, while category 1 is identified annually. This identification is what was paused during the pandemic. So schools were sort of identified for support in that 2019-2020 school year. And then the U.S. Department of Education said, you do not need to identify any new schools in the 2020-21 school year or the 21-22 school year. However, schools were identified this year. So those ratings, or identification, I should say ratings, have now resumed this academic year. So before even diving in, I think it's just, I mentioned this, school ratings were very controversial when the Every Student Succeeds Act was being debated. And so I think it's just worth saying, here are the arguments that typically are made for why you should have a rating versus why you should maybe go with something that's more like a data dashboard. So those that generally prefer school ratings say, we think they're transparent, clear, user-friendly. Parents may not understand all the ins and outs of a college and career readiness index, but 1 to 5 stars is very intuitive to understand, and it gives you sort of a high-level snapshot. It also gives that ability to sort of emphasize certain indicators over others because you are putting all the indicators together and giving them different weights, saying, we're going to have college and career readiness worth 50% of the high school rating, but graduation rate worth 30%, because we really want to emphasize college and career readiness. I think those that tend to prefer dashboards say, wait a minute, an overall rating is too simple. A school can't be sort of given just a single grade or a single star rating. That does not capture all the nuance. We have all these multiple measures. What if you're doing well on one, but not well on another? We need to see more. Also, I think there's a worry that schools that have low ratings in particular, that will sort of stigmatize the school, demoralize school leaders, educators in the communities that they serve. And we definitely saw that sometimes over NCLB when the paper would publish, here are all the failing schools. That doesn't feel good to be teaching in a failing school and have your paper, your local paper, write that up. So I think just want to acknowledge those are sort of two valid arguments and two different sides, and that there isn't a right answer. But for me, in my opinion, I would say the best systems actually do both. They provide an overall rating that is clear and user-friendly, while also providing very specific information on every indicator and group of students in a dashboard. That there is a way to, like this, it's presented as a dichotomy, but I actually think you can do both well, and like they both approaches have very valid reasoning behind it, and you can try to sort of tap into the best of both worlds. So I want to show some examples of that, but first, I just have to say the accreditation system does a very poor job of differentiating schools between other states. I think accreditation wasn't really meant to serve as an accountability system, perhaps. That wasn't the origins of it. It has a different origin, and those are perfectly valid. It's identifying schools that are perhaps in significant distress, that really need help, but 90% of schools are accredited. You look at other states, this is from data that we analyzed at All4Ed back in 2018, but in Ohio's case, they used an A through F grading system at the time. They've since moved to 1 to 5 stars. And you see there's this whole range of, we have roughly 10% of our schools are getting A's, then you have about 30% that are the B and C. It just lets you sort of differentiate more between schools than a accredited, not accredited situation.
Back to one of your earlier points, then, if you don't mind, just a quick interruption, which I
That's
think you
totally
said
fine.
one of the purposes is to determine where resources flow.
Mhm.
Does a place like Ohio change resources based upon the difference between an A, B, C, D, E, and F?
So
Or 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? I mean, because
Yeah.
I hear a lot of this, and I think, when we put this system in place, 95, give or take, right? The theory was that resources would flow, and that if you made it clear, transparent to parents, parents would put pressure on the legislature, and the legislature would in fact fund
Right.
resources. But I mean, at the end of the day, we sort of have known which schools don't do well. We've known that for a long time. They're pretty much the same schools, and you haven't really seen the influx of resources to those schools that I think the original system contemplated.
Yeah.
And really, I think that you contemplated it in your opening remarks.
yes,
And so, I mean, I understand the benefit of being transparent to parents.
Mhm.
I am struggling with the next linkage, that is resource flowing, because we just really haven't seen that occur here.
I hear that. And I will say one of our top priorities at All4Ed is actually advocating for more school improvement funding for states, because we think that it is insufficient to meet school needs, to meet student needs, especially coming out of the pandemic. So
So I mean, basically, we can continue to tinker with the system.
Yep.
But unless we change what levers that system then pushes,
yes.
we really haven't accomplished anything.
I think though, resources like money is the most powerful tool, obviously.
Or
But
money, even if it's dedicated money, right? More teachers, more specialists,
teachers,
more,
yeah, it's
even
things that
if it's
cost
not just cash, you have to
But-
dedicate these resources.
Yeah, but there's also attention, I will say. I mean, that's something too, that there is, how do divisions spend their time? Which schools are the administrators focused on? If they have, reading coaches or reading, which schools are getting more attention than others is also something that an accountability system can do,
Sure.
even if it's just with current resources. So in the case of most states, it's how closely sort of their school rating system is linked to their school improvement system varies. So in the case, some states will say, well, all of our schools that get an F, if they have an F grade system, all of those are our comprehensive support schools. Well, under federal law, every comprehensive
Yeah.
support school is eligible for extra Title I funding,
Mhm.
and can sort of go for that. That's the pot of funds that we are trying to get increased through Congress if we can.
Okay, so can I
Other
carry,
states make different choices, and they may even have like state-specific school improvement funds.
so carry it one step further. You live locally, right?
I do.
Okay, so we talk about focusing on schools, but then you've got, let's say, Richmond as a division, right?
Yeah.
How do you see a change in the accountability system helping Richmond?
Yeah, I think so. First of all, it is giving better baseline information about school quality. I think right now, I will also just speak from anecdotal experience too. I have, a brother who is in the process of buying a house in Richmond, and he's going on Zillow and Redfin, and he sees great schools ratings.
Right.
He's not seeing Virginia Department of Education data. He's seeing great schools. And he's like, well, we're only looking at, listings that have a great schools rating of this or above. We're not even
Right.
considering the others. So I think improving the quality of information that is out there for the public is helpful in and of itself. I would also say too, that I hope that, RPS and the divisions around here are looking at data beyond what's in the accreditation system to actually make decisions about how they, allocate resources, which schools might need extra counselors, which schools might need, a national reading coach. They have all this federal funding now too, not just the state funding through the COVID recovery. How are they spending that? I would hope they are looking at their data, but the state kind of isn't providing as much guidance there perhaps as other states are in terms of saying, here are the indicators, here's the data that we think is most important to focus on, and kind of aligning some of those local decision processes with the state process. If that makes sense. So that's, I think, one thing that I hope an accountability system could do. And it could also just provide that additional sort of clarity and support when you are able to also sort of see which schools are improving and which schools are sort of great and staying great and which schools are really struggling. And I think that's not something that sort of Virginia has a handle on right now and is able to differentiate. It's sort of like you have a system that's like good, accredited, really needing additional help, accredited conditions or accreditation denied, but nothing here says great either. Like that's also something I think is worth thinking about is like, if you are an A school or a 5-star school, like that's something to celebrate. That's something that I think people can really be proud of. We often focus on sort of the low end, but not the high end.
At that point, though, doesn't your brother only go to the great schools, and thus
he
we
goes-
increase segregation?
He goes
Economically,
to
at
great
least.
schools. I would love for Redfin to not post great schools and
Yeah.
instead please see your State Department of Education's website. But here's the school report cards. Maybe we can talk to Google about that. But
Can I ask 2 other questions?
Yep.
Okay. You've seen a lot of this. Right now, it seems to me we measure how good a school is by basically how well kids do on standardized tests, right? Which is not really a measure of how well the school is teaching as much as it is a measure of how much the kids know.
Yep.
Has anybody done a system that actually has measured growth in an appropriate way? That is, how effective the educational process is, and is that replicable here?
yes, I would say that is replicable. That is doable. And that all comes down to skip ahead just a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you keep going. I'm sorry. I took too
I
much of
just
your
want
time on this.
to
I want to go back to where you were.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
would
yeah, I do
point out
too. I'm
that
sorry.
It's like part of the reason it comes back to how do we weight growth and proficiency. And one of the reasons why everyone likes growth is that it is less correlated with demographics than pretty much any measure
Right.
that we have, especially if you're using something like a student growth percentile, as opposed to just looking at changes in performance levels from low below basic to high below basic. But if you're using something like a student growth percentile, it's far less correlated to student demographics than other measures. So by choosing to weight growth in particular as a standalone measure more in the accountability system and using that as one of the key indicators to determine identification of schools for support, that helps, I think, really get to this point of what is the school's contribution to student learning?
Right.
It's still important to measure proficiency. It's still
Sure.
that is still important, but you can think about what's the appropriate weighting.
But at some point, measuring proficiency, I think what you're saying is really just another way of measuring demographics.
It does, but I also have to say I think proficiency is important. I think it's
Oh,
important that
not
students-
arguing
you
that
know,
point,
right,
just
it
making
is
sure
very
I
highly-
understand what
it
you're
just
saying.
is in our country, it has been very highly correlated with student demographics.
Yep.
You can't ignore that. I will go back. So yes, your question.
Just your observations on Michigan. Now,
Mhm.
that's an index versus.
That is an index. Yeah, I wanted to show that as a different approach where instead of giving, 8 F grades or 1 to 5 stars, they do a 100-point index. And it still is giving you more ability to differentiate between schools than just accredited with accreditation denied. So you can see that sort of the average score is about 64 points. We sort of broke it up into quartiles. So you can see the index does sort of skew a little bit higher. Only a quarter of schools or so are getting fewer than half the points, but it still is able to give more nuance in terms of school quality than sort of a 3 buckets. So I think it's another valid approach worth considering, and many states use an index. A lot of states have an index for identifying schools and then don't report the index score, but a state like Michigan, Connecticut, Washington State were some of the other ones that we looked at in detail that used indices.
Michigan, Connecticut, Washington State.
But there are many others.
Ms. Holden. If I may just on that, follow up on that point. So I'm not completely understanding that Michigan, but am I right that almost half of their schools? No, it's not right. Half of the.
The average is 64 points, but that half, the sort of median, is a little bit higher.
So does it
within lower.
meaningfully differentiate their schools? I guess is what I'm not completely
and
understanding.
So we sorted them into quartiles. Every school gets a score. Like you have 60 points,
Right.
you have 63 points, you have 67 points, 90 points. So there's a wide range of
Right.
of values.
So again, in terms of how we allocate resources,
Mhm.
like if you think of the Virginia accredited with condition schools as equivalent to the Ohio Fs, you see those percentages are about the same. Am I not right that even within our accredited 89% schools, we have a red, yellow, green on multiple indicators, and if you're not green on all those indicators, then there are requirements from the state for additional reporting and additional
Right.
improvement plans and additional oversight, and especially on key literacy and math numeracy metrics. So really, we do oversight for more than the 10%. We do, I think that accreditation is 200 schools, and I think we have another couple hundred schools that are engaged in some way with our oversight system.
Yeah, and I think this is sort of in part a result a little bit of the way that ESSA is set up anyways, with there is this focus on you need to be able to identify 3 categories of low performing schools. So I wouldn't necessarily say that Virginia isn't doing a good job of differentiating among its low support. There is that sort of tail end that is accreditation with conditions or accreditation denied. It's all the other schools that are not necessarily getting as much differentiation as what you're seeing in other states, where they have, a fuller scope.
Identifying the high performers is one thing we're not doing.
You're not sort of
Right,
distinguishing
right.
between those middle of the road versus hitting it out of
Right.
the park.
And so can I, a couple more questions on this point. One is, and I'll combine them and you can answer them. One is, what is the research on the impact of school divisions that have gone to a single rating system versus a profile system? Is there any research on whether A through F works, for instance? I mean, that's the bottom line question. And then combined with that, and that may affect the research, is the schools, the states that have gone through an A through F or A through F like system, what is the magnitude of the additional resources they have directed to the DF schools? Because my fundamental question, if we were to go to an A through F system, how are we going to attract and retain teachers to those schools? And we're not. I mean, right now we're already failing. We know who our DF schools are already. They're all in that 10%, and we are not doing anything at scale. We're not doing anything that is working to attract and retain great teachers to those schools?
No, I think those are very good questions, both of them. I will say the first question about research is that I don't know of something that has isolated that particular question, because typically when states are changing their accountability systems, they're changing more than just going from, a dashboard to having a summative rating. They're looking at, they've changed the indicators, they've changed the weighting, like they have a bunch of other changes. Generally speaking, though, one thing that is clear from the research is that there is a difference between accountability systems that are basically just reporting only. So accountability where we're reporting results versus accountability that actually has consequences in terms of additional resources or additional intervention from the state, or sort of, because you've been identified, you have some restrictions on your funding, or you have to, have more oversight, whatever it is. Systems that have some sort of consequence are more effective at improving student outcomes than systems that are merely reporting the information. So that your second question about resources is a really critical one, because if the response isn't sufficient, then you're not necessarily going to see the results from the accountability system. It will feel more just like we're reporting information, but nothing is changing. I'm not getting more resources.
Or worse, you're going to make things worse. I mean, we already have a huge crisis in how do we attract and retain great teachers to our high poverty schools.
Yeah.
And if we start labeling more schools in these, CDF, I can just see that I can't imagine how that doesn't exacerbate that problem unless the resource
And this
issue is
where
addressed.
I think it's worth considering, like A through F certainly isn't the only rating model. There is the index states that, I would say Washington, I mentioned, they don't do a 1 through 100, but they actually put everybody into deciles. So it's, you're sort of grouping similar schools together. So on each indicator, you get a different decile, and then you have an overall decile. So that's sort of one approach that perhaps feels a little bit, it's relativistic in that you're sort of putting 10% of schools into each bucket, but it is a different approach. You have, star ratings, you have some states do like color coded buckets, or sort of they have different like bullseye, and like you're in the center of the bullseye. You're not, there are a whole bunch of different ways of doing this. And I think that's something that should be carefully considered, probably across the board, stakeholders, everyone, to think about, well, what if we want to have an overall rating, what's sort of going to be the best balance of having that tension of, we want to be accurate, we want to be clear with parents and have this be something that people can understand without also, necessarily making problems worse that already exist. I would also say too that the conversation around school improvement resources, I think, is critically important, and one that right now school divisions have a lot of money, in part thanks to the federal government, but that money is going to be, after the 24-25 school year, may not be around. So I think one thing is encouraging school divisions right now to actually be spending those federal recovery dollars on school improvement efforts. Yes, we also need to upgrade HVAC systems. That's a bad use of funds, but really thinking about if you're a school right now that's accredited with conditions, or you are, maybe you're fully accredited, but your students have demonstrated significant losses in math or English language arts, or are really struggling on other measures. You're seeing higher chronic absenteeism rates. You're seeing, less student engagement, really actually thinking about focusing on school improvement efforts with those funds, and then trying to think about, are there ways that we can sustain that moving forward by looking at federal funds as well as, additional state investment.
Can I just my last question is Virginia actually adopted an A through F grading system. You may remember back in, I think, 2013, 14, and the legislature adopted it, and then the legislator repealed it before it ever went into effect. And if I remember rightly, one of the major considerations there was frankly, the realtors and the local land developers, the land use folks went berserk, because they figured out one of the big changes on an A through F system is not what's just happening at the DF schools, but the differentiation between the A and the B schools. And in our Fairfax counties and our high-end engaged, actively very hyper-engaged parent communities, your brother, basically the real estate values in the B schools were going to plummet, was their fear. and the Cs were going to go off. The Cs were all going to merge in with Ds and Fs. So, and that was going to increase segregation and reinforce the divides between haves and have-nots. What's the answer to that? How do the states that have done this, have they had those problems, and how they've addressed them?
I mean, like I said, I think the key is going to be thinking about what measures you include and how, and trying to get that balance right. I mean, as far as I know, like, I haven't heard crazy stories about, DC has a 1 through 5 star system. Maryland has a 1 through 5 star system. Many of our surrounding states, I think North Carolina does A through F grades. I don't think Virginia necessarily has fewer problems with school segregation than they do, or the same issues, even though Virginia has an accreditation system. So I think that that it certainly is important to think about that balance between how many schools do we sort of want to see this distribution like they have in Ohio. Other states have different distributions. This is not the distribution across the board. You could say there's some states that identify more D and F schools. There's states that identify fewer or have more A's than this. So to think about that, think about communicating what these results mean, and think about the measures. Are we putting measures in that are basically highly correlated with demographics? Are we trying to put in some measures that really isolate the school's contributions to student learning? Do we want to emphasize those more?
So growth versus proficiency, for instance, right?
Exactly.
So getting the measures right and getting the resource right. And that would be the question for jurisdictions that have done that. Have they, what can we learn from them about resources and metrics? Yeah.
And I think in Florida, for instance, everybody talks about A to F, but they also had early literacy support. They had choice. They had a number of things that all happened. So to Ann's point, you can't disentangle, but like they did a bunch of things. And like DC gives teachers more to teach in more challenging schools. So they're very like actively, if you're a good teacher in DC on their evaluation system and you're teaching in a high need school, you're like, yeah, exactly. Like the money is substantial now. And so I think like it goes to the extent to which this is a systems challenge, and you can't just be like, we're going to do an accountability system. It's what are the other things that
and with our financing system that's so heavily weighted towards local property taxes, unlike DC where it's a single system, it's hard to, we have to figure out how if we want to do that kind of resource allocation such that Richmond City can hire the best teachers away from the surrounding jurisdictions where her brother's kids are going to go, because they're going to hire. In fact, your brother's going to move to the city and send his kid to the city schools because we're going to hire the best teachers away from the counties to the city. That we're so far from a funding system that begins to address that it's hard to foresee how we get from here to there, but it's a good place to aim.
Yeah, the accountability system cannot do it alone. It really is about thinking sort of all the different pots of funds that exist, whether it's early literacy programs or funds that are for professional development and teaching, everything. I think if you have states that have sort of thought about their accountability system kind of being the rock for everything and saying, I remember talking to a state school superintendent once who says, like, yeah, I tell all my teams, like, if they get a request from any school that is in comprehensive support and improvement, they prioritize that request over others. And that's throughout all the divisions, whether it's the CTE division or the finance division, like everybody knows that these are the districts that need extra support, and we've like organized around that. So I think it requires thinking about the system as a whole, but you sort of have to start somewhere. And I think there are a lot of interesting examples from other states. I would say, no state's doing this perfectly. But I'm trying to sort of pull out here's some interesting things that you could consider from other states, even if there are parts of their system that I would say, don't do that,
But definitely you have to do it holistically.
100%. So I think some of the things that I would think about considering, we have already talked about maybe having more than 3 levels to provide a little bit more differentiation, weighting between growth and achievement so that you can really distinguish between, places where students are meeting grade level expectations and making substantial progress differently from schools where students may not yet be at grade level standards, but are making so much growth that they're catching up. I think that would be really important to know, especially now coming out of the pandemic and sort of the lost instructional time that we've seen. That's a very different school than a school where students are not making grade level expectations and are not catching up. Like, I want to offer different resources, different interventions in those two schools. And so having a system that can differentiate between schools with those different scenarios.
And where do you come down on like value added versus student growth and how we should think about that? Because there's a whole nother, we could go to a system where we start controlling for
Yeah.
not just for prior student performance, but we control for, school and other characteristics. And like, how do you,
How do I square that? I think
yeah, just how do you think of how do you,
Yeah.
and how would you advise us to think? Because we talk about growth a lot, but there are other ways to do it. How
Yeah.
should we think about that?
Yeah, value added is sort of the other most common measure, but I think it was often done in states that already had pretty sophisticated data systems to allow for that. The data sort of piece behind having a value added measure is more complicated than a student growth percentile. I also tend to think student growth percentiles, I think, are more widespread in part because of the way value added, frankly, was used in teacher evaluation, and a lot of fears that if we adopt a value added measure where you are trying sort of controlling more for student characteristics to predict what growth they should be making in a given year, and then see if they met that predicted growth or didn't. Like, that's basically what a value added is. That there was a lot of concern from teachers that this would all of a sudden be put in teacher evaluations, which we didn't see as much with student growth percentiles. I also think student growth percentiles are easier to explain to the public. That's a big piece here is, I think a goal should be, can we explain our accountability system on a single piece of paper? Is it going to take 60 pages to explain this? That might be a system that is super nuanced and super, very thoughtful, very considerate, but then you are, maybe not hitting that transparency point because there's a fear if you can't understand it that like, how do I buy into the system if I don't understand how my school got an A or how my school became 30 points out of 50 points? If you can't figure that out, it really, I think, undermines public support for the system. But I would say it's something worth considering. Tennessee uses a value-added measure. Other states have used a value-added measure, but I think in many cases that was because they were using that type of data for a long time before it ever even became, a topic of consideration for accountability systems. All right. I think sort of already talked a lot about growth versus proficiency, so I'm going to go forward to at least show some examples, and this is from Maryland, which I thought was an interesting example of a state that I think is kind of doing both with having an overall rating and giving you some detailed information by indicator. So Maryland uses a 5-star system. So 4 out of 5 stars, right at the top, pretty easy to sort of see, but it's also not like super prominent. It's not like 4 stars and nothing else. You immediately see the breakdown across each of the 4 indicators that they use: achievement, progress, ELP, and then school quality, student success, how many points they're worth, and how many points the district, or the school in this case, got on those indicators. So sort of explained they got 72% of points earned. Further down the page, it gives the break off for like how many points you needed to be 4 stars versus 5, but that is also there on this page.
And I'm sorry, but am I understanding correctly, the possible points, achievement versus, they're weighting growth almost twice as heavily as
So
achievement, or how interpret that for me?
they are, when you look at it this way, but I actually think not so quite. So I also wanted to show this because they use a dashboard for individual indicators. So if this is where they're using kind of both, and you see here specifically that achievement versus progress measure. So it looks like it's more points, but actually some of the measures that are in academic progress are not growth measures. It's proficiency in science. And it's credit for a well-rounded curriculum. So if you're just looking at the growth measures, they're giving about 25 points to growth, that student growth percentile. And then there's actually about 25 points for achievement, if you include the science achievement. So it's more equal, I would say, which might be one criticism I would say of Maryland is maybe consider putting more weight on growth. But I just thought this was an interesting example where you can see a state that has chosen to do an overall rating, but it's not sort of the only piece of information that's presented. I didn't have to click another page on the report card to find this. This was like all on the main page for the school and presents, I think, a lot of information. But in a way, you see that dashboard. I see, okay, it's pretty easy to see that 12.4 points, that's like a little bit more than half on that indicator. And then I can click over and see more about what each of the measures were and how many points they got. So I just thought that was an interesting example worth showing of kind of, I don't think it's necessarily a choice of just doing a rating or just doing a dashboard. You can incorporate elements of both. This has been very, very robust conversation. Before switching gears to individual student subgroups and how they can be included, any other questions you'd like to ask about ratings or weighting of indicators? I just want to be sure that we've had a very rich discussion, so I want to be respectful of that. Are there any questions? All right. So this is the final section. So we're getting close to the end. I know it's late afternoon. One thing I just really think it's important to us at All for Ed, and something that we have found, is that this is a place where many states, I think, are not fully disaggregating their data when it comes to accountability systems, and in some cases not including individual student groups at all in their school ratings or accountability. So this is information that we found from 2018 again, where 12 states, those red states, were not including information on individual groups of students at all. They were just looking at all students' data, which is fine, especially if you are just trying to identify those comprehensive support schools. Again, those are focused just on all students' performance. But I think we know in most states see huge achievement gaps that have only been exacerbated by the pandemic. We know that students who were furthest from opportunity pre-pandemic are the ones that have struggled the most. And so I think it's really important that accountability systems and those creating them think about how can we emphasize and include individual groups of students in our accountability system. So some states actually calculate separate ratings for individual groups of students and use them to identify schools for extra support. Sometimes those ratings are reported publicly, sometimes they're not. I'm just throwing that out there, something states do, not necessarily, I encourage Virginia to do that, but that was one way that states do this. Some states actually disaggregate all of their indicators, but some just choose, here's a single indicator that we're going to have that really looks at achievement gaps and differences between individual groups of students versus students overall. I wanted to give some examples of both those things. So here's North Carolina kind of on the right. You can see they 2018-19, this school got a C, but what these individual bars that are different colors represent is they actually gave a grade for every student group at the school on achievement. So you see C, B, D, C. So those represent all different groups of students. It got cut off on the screenshot. But another way, more on the left, that Ohio did this is that they have a gap closing indicator. So they use 6 different indicators. Some of them only measure all students. Like early literacy is not looking at necessarily individual groups of students, but their gap closing measure is really meant to focus on how are schools supporting students who may be struggling and sort of trying to narrow achievement and opportunity gaps between different groups of students in the school. One question that I think, kind of hearkening back to some of the arguments against using ratings, is that it's possible that an overall school rating could actually be masking the performance of individual groups of students. So if you're giving an A through F, or if you're giving a 1 to 5 stars, is that really just reflective of students overall, but you might be missing a real problem in terms of students with disabilities in that school. They're really struggling and need extra support. We did research at All for Ed back in 2018, again, looking at some states. Here's Florida and Louisiana, both of which were giving A through F grades at the time. And you can see sort of 2 very different scenarios. So in Florida's case, many of their highest performing schools actually had been identified for targeted support. So these are schools that are getting A's or B's, yet on the other hand, the state was saying, you have a consistently underperforming group of English learners or Latino students or students with disabilities at this school. That's perhaps sending a conflicting message to parents when you have an A through F rating saying one thing, and then you have your school identification saying, actually, these A schools, these B schools really need extra resources because individual groups of students are struggling. I will say one of the reasons that that happened in Florida is because all D and F schools in Florida are identified for comprehensive support. Florida identified, I think, over 60% of their schools for support. So they didn't give themselves much room. They had to, if you were going to identify a school for targeted support, it had to have at least a C grade. So interesting choice that they made, but that was what happened. In Louisiana, on the other hand, they had no schools that got an A who also were identified as needing to provide extra supports to an individual group of students. And that was because they used a business rule. They actually said, if our school grade methodology works out so that a school has an A, but then we see that you have a consistently underperforming group in that school where students with disabilities or English learners are really struggling, we're actually going to lower your grade to a B. You can't get an A. And so, you can sort of layer these business rules on top of a rating system to make sure that your identification system and your ratings are sending consistent signals. Yes, Ms. Holden.
So where is Virginia on that chart?
So Virginia, we did not analyze because we did not, so the accreditation system right now is not used to meet all the federal accountability systems. So because Virginia didn't have a summative rating, they were not one of the states that we analyzed.
So I will posit that we do measure we have indicators that are specifically focused on closing gaps
yes.
for all the subgroups.
There's definitely, I would say Virginia falls in the category, I would say sort of like an Ohio of having a gap closing indicator for
I think
accreditation.
that's where we would be, yeah.
And that in Virginia's case, I will say, at least right now, all of the schools that are identified for the federal groups, that targeted support, additional targeted support, comprehensive support, all of them come from, someone from the departments here want to correct me, I think none of them are accredited. So the issue in Florida, none of them are fully accredited, correct.
Right.
They are all coming from that sort of 10% of schools.
Right.
So in this case, I would say Virginia, if you're considering the current accreditation system kind of like a summative rating, Virginia is not in the Florida camp of here are schools that are fully accredited yet have a consistently underperforming group of students with disabilities and a consistently underperforming group of Black students. That's not happening in Virginia, but I wanted to point this out in case Virginia does move to a new, different system, that this is something to keep in mind, that school identification, particular identification, because individual groups of students are struggling, should hopefully be consistent with the overall system you're sending. It's a great point. Sort of shifting to a slightly different point, I just wanted to point this out, that states have been selecting lower N sizes. And again, this is sort of the technical rule of how many students need to be enrolled in a school from an individual group in order for that group to count for accountability purposes. In Virginia's case, it's 30 students. So if there are 28 students with disabilities in a school, students with disabilities are not included for accountability systems. They just fall away. Virginia is one of only 8 states that has an N size above 25. Most of the country has moved more toward N sizes from 11 to 25. That's where the majority of states are, but there are a few that set an N size of 10 or less. And I will say Virginia uses an N size of 10 for reporting. So in that case of the school that had 28 kids with disabilities may not be considered as a separate group for accountability purposes, but data is reported on the report card for students with disabilities. The reason I wanted to raise this is actually from Virginia's ESSA plan, the plan that Virginia submitted. So because of the N size Virginia included, this is older data, so these numbers may have changed, but at least at the time, that meant that more than half of schools in Virginia could not be held accountable for the performance of English learners, Hispanic students, or Asian students. And more than 1/3 of schools could not be held accountable for Black students or students with disabilities. That is because the N size is 30. That is how many schools are excluded from even being considered for targeted support because of student performance for those groups.
That seems like a pretty substantial equity problem.
Yes.
Say we're concerned about these kids and they're essentially all invisible, or not all, but half, a third. That seems like a huge problem.
Yeah.
There's like a design element.
I think it's one of the biggest concerns I have, and I think it's you know,
And Mr. And it also is an excellent reason why separating accreditation from accountability is a good move, because if your accreditation could be at stake for 30 kids, that is a whole different mindset than if reporting and end in the 15 students.
Right.
So again, I'm glad I got back here from my quick break in time for the small N discussion.
No,
I think,
appreciate
again,
it.
that's another reason to separate. So you can use a smaller N with less risk.
Right. And I think, especially if you think about one of the main purposes of accountability being mustering resources and additional resources, you know, there's a good, you know, half of schools that may have English, they might have 20 English learners at that school, but they will never be able to be identified for targeted support on behalf of their English learners, even if they're struggling, and potentially get extra Title I funding to help them. Like, it's not about shaming the school or blaming the school. It's about triaging and finding, you know, identifying the schools that need those extra supports and need extra help. And Virginia does use an N size of 10. I mean, I think the argument has been, well, we need to have these high N sizes because we need to be so sure that if we're identifying a school as needing support, that it absolutely needs us. You know, if that school, and I think this comes from like NCLB era where, you know, the consequences were perhaps a little more drastic, where NCLB said, you know, you missed adequate yearly progress for 5 years, you face restructuring. And, you know, so I think there was a desire to be very careful about, you know, let's not over-identify. I think the risks of over-identifying are slightly lower now that we've moved more to a less punitive, more supportive accountability structure. And like, I mean, I think it's true. These students are basically invisible right now in the accreditation system, or in the accountability system, excuse me. So I think it's something that could easily be changed, or it's definitely worth considering changing. Virginia does use the N size of 10 for reporting and would bring Virginia more in line with where other states are. Like I said, only 8 states in the country, and that was in 2018, used an N size as large as Virginia's.
So one of the things that strikes me as I've been listening is just what you said was the whole purpose of the system is to drive support to help schools that really need it. And honestly, I think the word accountability to the policy minded individual does nothing to convey that. In fact, it actually reinforces the opposite. And I'm reminded of this conversation because as we were thinking about the buckets, the categories that we were looking at sort of naming for the early childhood BQB5 system, you talk about a sector that is really under duress, under-resourced, underfunded, and here comes accountability that's going to say, you need to be doing A, B, C, D. And we were very adamant about the language that needed to be used if the goal was to say it's about support, right? And I don't think that the public understands that as the intent. I think when you hear accountability, you hear you're either doing it or you're not. And if you're not doing it, I don't want to have anything to do with that. I don't know and understand that you're actually getting support. Nobody's talking about how that's happening, or so the language does, you know, warrant some contemplation if the goal is really to get people to stop being fearful of these systems and what they translate sort of in everyday, you know, life. I don't know how we deal with that, but it is a conundrum that I think really the unintended consequences that come with it that Anne and others have articulated around, I'm going on the website, I know exactly what I'm going to do when I'm getting ready to buy a house. I'm going to find the place that's not in that situation if I can afford to do that. That's the reality. We're not changing that. We're not changing that behavior. So I really think it would be interesting to contemplate, to be curious about, is there another way to talk about accountability and what this system is intending to do?
Right. Yeah. I mean, all the underlying mechanics could be the same, but it's how you communicate it, how you talk about it, how you emphasize the supports and the resources and make that really clear. I also hope too, I mean, I think we've been focusing a little bit more in the most recent discussion about those lower performing schools, the ones that are really struggling, who do need significant extra resources. But it also, I think, would hope that with an accountability system, and there actually was like a whole series, I forget who wrote it, but they had several guest authors. They were, I think it was called The A Word. It was all about like, how can we're using accountability and it is considered to sort of be punitive, but like, is there another way we could talk about this or just label it that would more accurately reflect what these systems actually do? But I would hope that even our highest performing schools, our schools that are those 5 stars or those A schools are getting 95% of points, they're looking at this data too and thinking about how can we continuously improve. Getting an A doesn't mean that you're doing everything right and that every student in the school is going to have what they need. So it's really, I think, about having that continuous improvement mindset for everyone, but then being sure that districts and the state Department of Ed and sort of school divisions know as well that they really need to be providing additional help and resources to those that are lower performing, whilst maybe some of those higher performing schools can do that continuous improvement process on their own. They have the tools, the resources to do it, but everyone should be engaging in that. We'll move on to other issues around groups of students besides N size. I will just say English learners was another topic that I wanted to specifically focus on, in part because the way that Virginia accreditation currently includes English learners is inconsistent with federal law. So if Virginia wanted to move to a new accountability, whatever word we call it, system that could be used both for sort of state priorities, but also for federal purposes, Virginia right now says that an English learner's scores on state assessments can be excluded from accreditation for 5 years. I believe. Is this wrong?
I wanted to clarify on small area. For accreditation, the rules are different. It's 30
Yes.
students over 3 years.
Oh,
not-
good.
Not 30 students in 1 year. I
Okay,
just wanted to
30
make
to
sure
3
we
years.
clarified
Thank
that.
you.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Sure.
Yeah, the data here, like I said, this was in Virginia's consolidated ESSA plan. That was submitted in 2017. So this data could have changed. It would be interesting to get a more current analysis and to get one that sort of compares the accreditation that's averaged over 3 years versus the single year, because that is something you can do to try and increase the number of schools that could be considered and sort of meet that end size and say, well, we're going to look at multiple school years so we have more students data to pull from. That's something that some states do. And I'm sure this is something that in Wyoming, you had a lot of small schools. So you probably had to do some things to get the end size up for different school divisions in order to meet it. Back on English learners, I think for accreditation, an English learner can be excluded for 5 years. So that means for those academic assessment scores, their results just aren't considered. Federal law would not allow a state to do that. Federal law says that recently arrived English students, their scores on state assessments can be excluded for accountability purposes for 1 to 2 years. There are different options. There's sort of one option that's a 1-year exclusion option and one that's a 2-year, because you sort of phase in the first year it's growth and then the second year proficiency. So it takes 2 years for them to be fully included. But recently arrived English learners are students who have been enrolled in US schools for 1 year or less. So there's a big gap between 5 years and 1 year. So I think that's just something I wanted to flag as if Virginia was moving forward and thinking about adopting a different accountability system, that for this to meet federal purposes, more English learners would need to be included than are currently included in accreditation. And I will also say, this gives some heartburn because I understand, like English learners have a lot of additional challenges. You're not just learning academic content, but you're also needing to learn a new language. And sort of potentially if you're coming from, additional trauma, if you're an asylum seeker, there's a whole lots of very challenging issues with English learners, and they need a lot of extra resources. And it's one of the only sort of categories that is really defined by, we talk about English learners who we know just by definition of being an English learner, you require some additional support. I wouldn't say that's true of Black students or of Hispanic students or white students or Asian students. They could be, that's not sort of built into the definition. But ESSA permits English learners to be included in the subgroup for up to 4 years after they've been reclassified. So the English learner subgroup doesn't just include current English learners who you would assume are, really having to struggle with learning a language as well as learning academic content, but it allows you to include students for accountability purposes who have been reclassified, who actually have met the English language proficiency standards and are now, able to fully be integrated, not need those extra support services. It's also really important because previously, before ESSA, under NCLB, there was a whole separate accountability system for English learners under federal law in Title III. ESSA did away with that and put all accountability for English learners into Title I. And that's why there is now that required indicator for English language proficiency in federal law as part of the main school accountability system. And so I think that sort of making this change to better align Virginia accreditation with federal accountability around English learners is another really important step that would need to be taken as the board moves forward here. I also just wanted to point out, because I thought this was really interesting, that you can even go above and beyond ESSA. In the case of Washington State, they actually have identified and use a special business rule specifically to try and drive additional supports to schools that are struggling to support English learners, the growing population of students in their state. And they said, in addition to sort of just schools that have a consistently underperforming group of students being placed in targeted support, if you have consistently low English language learner progress, you could be eligible for tier 2 support, which is sort of their middle category. They call them tier 1, 2, and 3 instead of additional targeted support, comprehensive support and improvement. But because of that, they identified significantly more schools as needing to provide extra support for English learners than other states that we looked at. So I just thought it was something interesting and a unique thing that we didn't see in other states. So kind of moving forward, this sort of come no surprise, but I think some considerations around ways to better include all different students in school accountability systems is thinking about ensuring that schools with the highest ratings are not sort of also identified for improvement because they have a consistently struggling group of students. So making sure that the system is sending consistent signals about overall student performance as well as individual groups of kids, lowering the N size for school accountability, and getting some more up-to-date data on sort of how many schools may be excluded from accountability for particular groups of students, and then including English learners more consistent with federal requirements. And that means, taking that ELP indicator out as a standalone measure, so that students, English learners, English language progress is considered alongside their academic abilities, and, can think about including them, not giving them sort of 5 years. For a kid in elementary school, like an English learner might not be included at all. They're not included in the accreditation system until they're in 6th grade. So definitely checking in on them before that. So that is the end. I really appreciate, I know we have probably gone way over time, although I haven't seen Emily or anybody else waving me off, or no music was playing like at the Oscars for me to leave.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to answer any additional questions, follow up with resources, and I hope that this has been useful.
No, I think it's been fascinating, honestly. So thank you so much for, spending the time with us. I know it's hard to sit and talk for that long also. So
No, it's fine. This is one of my favorite topics. So when Emily reached out, I was definitely game for it, and we just appreciate all your thoughtful comments and questions. It's not an easy task at all, and there are a lot of different trade-offs to consider. But I think it's really, like I said at the beginning, it's a great time to be having these conversations, given where we are coming out of the pandemic, seeing the impact of lost instructional time on students, especially our students of color, students from low-income backgrounds, students with disabilities, and just, sort of that this system has kind of been on pause for a few years. And so when the system has been paused, it's sort of a natural time to re-examine it and to think about, could this work better for our kids?
So do you have any states that would be the best examples of linking resources to the system?
So, I think Florida is an interesting example. I will say there's some things in Florida about their consequences I don't love as much, but I think in terms of the resource side of things, they're a good state to look at. Tennessee would be another that I think does a pretty good job of linking the resources with the accountability structure and sort of doing some of those things at the state level to try and unify everything behind it. So those are two that come to mind, but I will, if I think of others.
And when those systems were put in place, did they work with the local boards, basically, or the state boards work with the legislature on a complete package, or did the accountability piece just sort of occur without legislative input, and then we went looking for legislative help?
Florida definitely had legislative involvement,
Okay.
but I can't recall in Tennessee. Tennessee might have been more. The legislature has been involved in certain aspects of it, but they may have also had the board more involved. As you know, state governance differs from state to state, for sure.
I guess what I'm looking to be sure of is if we, when we embark down this path, that we do it in a way that maximizes the chance that resources will flow with ratings.
No, I think that is one of the things that was really interesting with ESSA implementation, is that there were all these new like stakeholder engagement requirements of
Right.
here are all the stakeholders that need to be consulted, and governors kind of had an outsized new role and were sort of shouted out as like needing to provide even more consultation than perhaps some other stakeholder groups. But I don't think state legislators were sort of given the same due. And so I would think about, as the board considers this, ways to get some of the legislative leaders into discussions, as well as local school board members and the governor's office too, because ultimately I think the states that have the strongest accountability systems are those where everybody is aligned behind it and believes in it, as opposed to, was consulted early on, not just as an afterthought. And I think that if it's never easy, I should say, to reach consensus across. It can take more time, but I think ultimately it helps these systems also be more politically sustainable, especially administrations change, partisan control of state legislators changes, board members change over. So I think building a system that has buy-in from all different entities, I think, is the way to go, while keeping in mind that like the role of these different entities also needs to be respected. The board has a different role than the legislature. Sometimes states maybe have gotten in trouble by being so specific in their state law about what the accountability system requires that when the federal law changed, their state system was no longer federally compliant, and they had a really hard time going back and changing that. It actually happened in Florida's case, where their state system didn't fully include English learners in the way that ESSA required. And so they had to sort of go through some things on the back end to get their state plan approved, where they couldn't change their state A through F grade system, but they had to add some additional features just to meet federal requirements. So I think that's a further down the line consideration, but thinking about if there is going to be legislation, the sort of the level of detail so that it's flexible enough to be changed over time.
Well, I guess when I talk about bringing the legislature in, as you know, here, the legislature stays forever. The governors come and go every 4 years,
years.
right? So
Yeah.
a little bit different power dynamic in Virginia than it is in most other
Yes.
places. Like I said, I appreciate the goal of informing parents as to what's going on, but I more appreciate the goal of moving resources so that we help those kids where it's needed. And so for me, the concept of buy-in is, how do we get a system here that actually will have resources flow to the places that are identified as needing them? Because candidly, it just hasn't happened yet here.
Yeah. There's the 7% required set aside of Title I funds,
Right.
but that's insufficient to
Yeah,
support
exactly.
all the schools. So
Yeah,
there
no,
needs to be state resources.
I
too.
realize I overstate it when I say none, but there's not near enough is a
Yeah.
fair statement.
And
Dr. Siebert?
Go, sorry.
So I'm going to ask you a question. You've given a lot of fantastic. Thank you very much. Lots of good stuff here. I'm going to ask you about actually the tests used in some states that are doing a good job, and here's why. The states historically that use value-added measures were largely states that had pre-existing statewide growth systems, in many cases MAP, that enabled them to have in place value-added systems. At the time, Virginia had to use student growth percentiles to check the box for ARA funds. Our assessments had a ceiling and a floor, And so that really confounded our SGP analysis and led to a whole lot of justified skepticism. Now our assessments have evolved over time, and so maybe there's a little more stretch there to help make that a little bit better tool. But, Virginia, I think, at the time wisely decided to stick with our own standards, and we didn't hitch our wagon to a Common Core train. However, that we did miss out on some of the things that have happened over the past decade in terms of evolution of assessments. So since we're not Common Core, we didn't do Smarter Balance, but we still are largely architecturally a 1990s approach to assessment. What states have modernized their assessments that have done good work there, that might be something we could look at? Because ultimately, if the people in the field don't have faith in the test itself, everything else is a house of cards. So who is doing a good job in the assessment area?
Yeah, I mean, I will say I am skeptical of states that have, I understand why they've made the choice, but I do not think that choosing the ACT or SAT as your high school assessment is perhaps the best choice. I just have concerns that it's not well aligned to state assessment, to state standards, because it wasn't designed to do that. It was designed for a different purpose. That has been a popular choice. I'd sort of exclude all those states as ones I would not necessarily recommend looking at. I think there's a lot of the changing landscape around assessment is different, but for the most part, states have figured out a way to use student growth. Typically a student growth percentile, not a value added. I think, of course, it's often touted, but like Massachusetts, they have their assessment system. You have states like, I think I've been a fan of Louisiana's accountability. They use ACT in high school, but I think they're K-8. And they've also done a really interesting job with providing and trying to provide aligned interim assessments free of charge to districts. So instead of relying on that map growth, it's like, well, here's this like standards aligned assessment that we've helped build that you can use for free. Here it is. So that's another state that I think has done some interesting work in the assessment space. They're also doing some innovative assessment work. So I think one of the things too is that Virginia has its growth measure now, and like I said, it's not awful. It's serving a purpose. But as assessment contracts are expiring and sort of being refreshing and putting out a new RFP for them, I would think about trying to put out an RFP that would be able to allow for better student growth percentile or some sort of student growth data, because that is something that nearly all states have been able to do. I think it's over 40 include growth, and typically not in like a just you move to performance level way. That was an incomplete. But if I think of others too, this is off the top of my head.
Yeah, I have a question. You said something that was intriguing and it piqued my curiosity. You said there's elements of Florida that you don't like. And I was curious because Florida sort of changed my thinking on this, because some stuff that was sort of commonly held wisdom was disproved, including that I thought it was probably plausible, was disproved. So when you said that, I was like super curious.
Well, and I haven't read their state law recently, so for all of I know that this could have changed. But I think especially knowing the Virginia context, like one of the things with Florida that I recall is that if you were an F school for, I think it was 2 years, I don't think it was 1, I think it was 2 years, that you could be converted to a charter after 2 years. And I think that's not something that's really
right
workable in Virginia, and not something that I would necessarily say is like something I would recommend other states adopt, because I think that necessarily didn't, it was very Florida specific as opposed to something that Virginia would make sense. So that was what I was thinking about, was more they had some kind of very extreme punitive consequences around school governance, and they kicked in after only like 1 or 2 years as opposed to 8 years or 6 years.
Right. Okay. The evaluations did find that what was interesting. This is actually part of what found that had a salutary effect, which I was surprised to see that. And like Calder and other research outfits have found that had a positive effect on behavior, along with the grades, both of which surprised me.
Yes.
Was not what I expected to see.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. I think it's just the Virginia context here versus the Florida context is totally different.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for being with us.
President Gecker. I appreciate it.
It's good to see you.
Yes, and I'm happy to follow up if there are questions. My contact information is here. And it's been a real pleasure to be with y'all. And
Thank
thank
you.
you for hanging in there. I know it's been a long day, and being the last presentation is always
Yeah.
a pleasure.
You're not the last. We actually have another
Oh.
we have another 4 or 5 hours to go. I don't. All right.
Well,
but-
hopefully there's dinner at some
But
point.
before we start that, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, if that's okay with everybody.
Thank you very much. Very helpful.
Thank you.
Panel here. Emily, do I turn it over to you or you do
Happy.
the timeline for revision? I guess, the board had asked that the department come up with what would be required to separate out the accountability and accreditation systems, whether it's strictly at our level, whether it requires legislative changes, et cetera, regulatory change. So I'm hoping that although this says timeline, what we're really going to hear in part is what the mechanics would have to look like, who's going to have to be involved.
Sure.
Okay.
Good afternoon, President Gecker, Vice President Mann, members of the board, and Superintendent Balo. As President Gecker mentioned, we're before you today to present a proposed timeline for potential revisions to Virginia's accreditation and accountability systems. At the October 19th meeting, a motion passed requesting the superintendent to report on the steps necessary to bifurcate the accreditation and accountability system to create a system of accreditation that separates legal compliance from accountability. Our presentation today will outline the necessary steps to separate the two systems on an expedited timeline to meet Governor Youngkin's expectations of a new accountability system by next school year, as he outlined in a November 22nd statement. Let me get the right slide up there. Oop. Based on statements made by board members, Superintendent Balo, and the governor, we have outlined the following priorities that would go into a new accountability and accreditation system. I certainly don't want to sit here. It's late in the afternoon. I don't want to sit here and read the slides to you, but some of the highlights obviously would be to have the accreditation system be a measure of compliance, what we currently consider to be pre-accreditation that is outlined in the current SOA, and accountability as a measure of school performance based on student outcomes. To start the process of bifurcating the two systems, changes to state statute would be required. And I know that President Gecker, you had that question last month on whether those changes would be necessary. Throughout the code, there are numerous references to accreditation that would need to be corrected. At the direction of Superintendent Balo, staff has submitted a legislative proposal to the governor's office outlining the necessity of such legislation to make these changes. Certainly, we're before you today to host a work session to talk through the timeline, as well as the necessity for any kind of emergency regulations moving forward. While legislation is required to change code references, staff can begin drafting emergency regulations on a new accountability system for the board to consider. 2.2-4011 of the code states that regulations that an agency finds are necessitated by an emergency situation may be adopted upon consultation with the Attorney General, which approval shall be granted only after the agency has submitted a request in writing at the nature of such emergency, and that will be at the sole discretion of the governor. All emergency regulations are limited to no more than 18 months in duration. And if the agency wishes to continue regulating the subject matter beyond the 18-month limitation, a regulation to replace the emergency must be promulgated, and that will have to take the standard regulatory process. Any questions on that part?
Yeah, Ms. Halton.
Just a clarifying question at this
Sure.
point. We can talk more later about
Yeah.
them, but the clarifying question, if I understand correctly, the emergency regs, if this process goes through, as soon as we adopt, the emergency regs go into effect essentially right away.
Correct. As soon as they are filed with the registrar's office, the emergency regs would become effective.
So this
But they are only-
proposal is to adopt changes by March or April of this year that would then go into effect immediately for next school year. But then they only last for 18 months, so you have to come through the regular regulatory process to back them up.
That is correct. And in this emergency regulation situation, this is promulgating a new accountability system. The current standards of accreditation would still remain in place until changes to the regulatory system as well as code changes were made by the legislature, and the regulatory changes would be made by the board.
Can we back up for a minute?
Yeah.
Just
Sure.
'cause I'm not quite sure. You'll pardon the lawyer in me now. Okay. What changes have to be made to the code in order to separate out the systems? I know you said that some references have to be corrected. I'm not sure I would tell the assembly they need to correct things, but what exactly are we mandated to do now, or is the system mandated to be now? And what has to change in that in order to bifurcate?
This is why I have a whole host
Well,
of
exactly,
people up
yeah.
here to phone a friend. I'm not sure, Leslie or Shelley, if you all can answer that off the top of your head, or if I can start to point to some specifics.
Sure, I can start to provide a little bit, and I'm sure Shelley can fill in the gaps, as I know this particular section of the code language, really guides her work. Probably the biggest part is in Standard 3 of the Standards of Quality, which outlines the accreditation system for the Commonwealth. And sets out a lot of parameters for what needs to be included in the accreditation model. So here we have references to growth and proficiency and items like that kind of give the structure and mechanical pieces of accreditation. So with the specificity and how prescribed accreditation is in the code, we would need that to be revised, and either probably really just a change in nomenclature about what we're talking about, with growth and proficiency and those other measures really referring to accountability under this new redesigned framework. But Shelley, if there's any other specificity you want to provide there.
I think most of it is in Standard 3, but because accreditation is really used to meet.
Turn your mic on. Hold it down. There we go. Oh,
That work?
You are agreeing for
For a moment.
Just quick tap.
Teacher voice.
Okay. All right, let's try this. Is that better?
yeah.
Okay. So most of it is in Standard 3, but there is also language in the funding formulas that deal with accreditation. So essentially what we're talking about is accreditation is now really accountability. So in many cases, it would just be replacing the words, but because it is in so many places in the code, it will require a detailed review and revision to the necessary sections.
And while we have submitted potential proposals to the governor's office for consideration around the necessity to need to do this, we have not gone through the entire code section to make sure that we have captured every single place where it would need to be changes, but it would be numerous changes.
Can I ask a process question, Mr. President? I just want to make sure, to Ms. Holden's question, I want to make sure I'm tracking this. Both the authority and any regulations that are promulgated under the authority expires in 18 months. So like if we make if you, under this authority, you make some kind of regulatory change, if you want it to be permanent, you then need to also at the same time or subsequently start through the normal
The
regulatory
standard
process, which can be the same regulation, but to make it conform.
Correct.
So everything expires after 18 months unless you, okay.
There is a provision that if the agency has done everything in its power to meet the 18-month deadline and has not been able to do so, you can get a 6-month extension at the sole discretion of the governor, but you have to show that you have taken the steps and the process to meet that 18-month deadline.
Cool.
Are you planning on showing us all the things that need to be changed and explain what that will mean?
We're not prepared to do that today.
I mean, are you confident there's legislative buy-in to this? Has anybody talked to anybody? I appreciate, the
Sure.
governor's desire. I'm asking is there anything in here that's going to be controversial for the legislature? And if we change the statute, do we have issues, if final regs don't come on time, if we're going to rely on emergency regs?
Yeah, I defer back to Superintendent Balo. I personally haven't had any communication with any legislators.
Yeah, thanks, Emily. And Mr. President, great question. And of course, no one can predict how things might move through the legislature. That said, certainly the groundwork is being laid both publicly with legislators as well as individual conversations, not myself, but from the Secretary's office and the governor's policy team.
Okay. Ms. Holton.
I'm not sure whether this is the right time to do this or later in the conversation, but I understand I think I understand the nomenclature change. using the word accountability instead of accreditation. But I assume that this is about something more or different than that, right? I assume we're not going through on an emergency basis and doing all of this just to change the word. So do we have any sense of what are we just, are our current yellow, green, yellow, red indicators and growth and proficiency and how all that translates to accreditation status? What are the key elements of the substantive system that are being proposed to be changed? Or are we just going to take that whole existing system and call it accountability? Or are we changing something in it?
Yeah, that's another question that I would defer to Superintendent Balo. I'm not sure, what the board is going to be interested in keeping from the current system to carry forward, from current accreditation system to carry forward an accountability system. If they want to carry every indicator forward, if they want to add additional indicators, I certainly think it would be up to the board to talk about what indicators should be in an accountability system.
I just have trouble understanding, and obviously Superintendent Balo, this is going to be an extended conversation, but at some point to understand why it's an emergency, I need to understand, well, first of all, what are the substantive things we're trying to change? I mean, nomenclature, that's not an emergency, but if there's some substantive things we're trying to change, what are they? And how do we understand them to be, I mean, what's the nature of the emergency? Well, the emergency is the pandemic learning loss, I assume. But how are any of the accountability changes that are up for grabs, how do we connect them? To me, the thing that's most obviously connected to pandemic learning loss is teachers and getting students in the teachers shortages and chronic absenteeism. But if there are things that the department has decided, recommends to us, or that the board members think are things about our accountability system that have contributed to some of our crises, in other words, help me understand what's the emergency and what are the things what are we trying to fix?
So great question. And from your time as secretary and first lady, that emergency rules is a little bit of a misnomer in terms of, is it an emergency like a state of emergency? And the answer is no. Emergency rules allow an agency to engage in rulemaking on a fast track process while simultaneously doing the regular process, so that rules can be implemented sooner while still going through all of the public scrutiny in the entire process that regular rulemaking goes through. It is, been communicated among board members as well as the governor's office that an accountability system, we'd like to see it be in place in schools next fall. And the only way to do that is with emergency rulemaking on whether it's nomenclature or whether this board decides that it's more substantive suggestions to the legislature to go forward in rules or legislation, to make sure that we have the ability and the flexibility to stand up, to carefully and thoughtfully stand up an accountability system for the beginning of the 23-24 school year. And we can't do that with the regular 18-month rulemaking process.
How do you get something through the legislature when the question is going to be, what are the regs you're going to put behind this, without having the regs that we're going to put behind this? In other words, let's assume that the goal is to go to an A to F, just because we had that presentation. I mean, the legislature is going to want to know, before they make all these changes, what the regs will look like. Because, again, with A to F specifically, I mean, it's not particularly the composition of this legislature, but it has been there before and has, was passed, and then the mandate failed, if you will, was repealed. So it'd be helpful to me to understand what the end game is, as much as understanding, what the process is to get to the end game.
Right. So again, we heard in the JLARC report last week, we're going to hear throughout the legislative session, we heard from the governor, we heard on here, while emergency rulemaking is a word and maybe sometimes a misnomer in some situations, we do have an educational emergency on our hands right now with our NAEP scores. We have the steepest declines in fourth grade reading in the nation since 2017 and 2019. In math, we have the steepest declines in fourth grade math from 2017 to today. Our SOL scores, all of our indicators suggest that the learning loss is an emergency. So that aside, having transparency with data, having transparency with our accountability system, and creating the factors in the system that we just heard from Anne a few minutes ago, really is setting the stage for doing that. So I know that doesn't get at exactly what your question is. However, this presentation today, this board asked us to come up with a plan and a timeline for bifurcating accountability and accreditation. So right now, those are the legislative changes that will be proposed, is how do we separate accreditation from accountability so that accreditation is a box checking exercise to make sure that schools are compliant with what is in code, and that the legislature has an opportunity to weigh in on the transparent system of accountability via legislation that we want to embark on. And so it's really articulating in legislation what that bifurcation looks like to the General Assembly.
If I may, I don't have any concept of what that transparent system of accountability that you want to embark on is. And until I understand that better, I don't know how to go forward on any of this. And I also, how do we connect that to our current crises? As you've identified, frankly, the most obvious decline is fourth grade reading, right? And the most obvious answer to that is implement the Virginia Literacy Act with fidelity and speed. What do you want to do to the accountabilities? Is it an A through F grading system you want to do? And if so, how do you connect that to what our problems are?
Yeah, I wish there was a silver bullet like implementing the Virginia Literacy Act. I think that's profound. I think it's huge, but it's not the only thing that needs to go into place. Having a system of accountability that truthfully and transparently lets the public and schools and school divisions and communities know where schools are performing, know in a very simple and clear way, again, as we heard last month from Excel in Ed, as we heard today from Anne Heislip. Am I saying her name correctly, Andy Heislip? That we want to ensure that a robust accountability system presents the information to the public and to school districts in a transparent and comprehensive way. And that is part of the equation, and that is part of the solution to the emergency that we're facing.
So let's assume for a minute that the accountability system highlights the fact we've had significant learning loss, a fact that we know, or failure to learn. What is the state proposing? What is the VDOE going to propose to, and we talked about this a little bit in the context of the annual report, right? Two problems. One is sort of the major systemic problem. The second is the COVID cohort, right? What is going to be proposed to advance the COVID cohort to that level that we need them to be?
I just want to clarify, Mr. President,
Those kids
are you
most
asking
directly
about
affected.
the accountability system that we'll be proposing?
Assume for a minute that the accountability system shows what we have just reported on, what we gave press conferences on, which is we have significant learning loss, NAEP scores fell. So we know we have significant issues in the system. And we know that they're largely system-wide, right? And we can isolate through some of the SOL testing, who got hit more. But by and large, if you look at the JLARC report, we have a problem. So assume that the accountability system or a system has picked that piece up.
Mm-hmm.
The second question is, what do you do with it? So what is the administration, what is the VDOE's proposal for how do we deal with bringing those kids who were most hurt during COVID up to where they ought to be? Because that's a resource question. And, you know, we talk about the need for transparency and information, but frankly, we already know we got a problem, and we know pretty much where that problem is. A new system is not going to change the fact we have a problem, and it's not going to tell us any more about where it is. What are we going to do about it? It's a lot
I would
easier to
disagree a
talk-
little with that,
No,
Mr.
you can.
President. I don't think we have a clear understanding or clear baseline. And it is, I mean, I'm all for the presentation this morning. It was great and the work that Jen is doing on the Literacy Act, but it's going to take more than that to get, we have the potential of really having like a lost generation of kids if we're not, and it's going to take a bunch of things. And I think there's like a common ground. We talk about accountability and resources as if these things are like at odds. I think there's like a lot of common ground here. But I don't think we have a common fact base across the Commonwealth. I think there's still a lot of confusion. I don't think parents are getting good information. So I actually think there is a case to be made that we need to relatively quickly change how we are communicating this. I have some concerns to make sure we get this right, because this is definitely a, measure twice, cut once kind of thing, and on the authority. But I think there is a case there that and using this broader definition of an emergency that it fits under.
The
Yeah, and-
difficulty I have with that, Andy, is that too often from the political side of the spectrum, right? I don't mean the legislative political side of the spectrum. You will enact something and say, I've solved the problem, right? I am concerned greatly that we will change the accreditation system and still not solve the problem. That is, we will never see the resources that need to flow based upon what the data identifies to fix the underlying issue. You're right, the lost generation.
I agree,
issue.
Mr. President, that is a risk, but we're not going to fix them if we keep telling people that 90% of the schools are fine, and we have school divisions saying that there's not a problem with learning loss. So you may be right, and it would be a tragedy if we enact this and we don't get these other things, but not doing anything doesn't solve that problem where we are now. I'm not sure when's the time, though. I do have a couple, I don't know, I may be the slow student, a couple of process questions on what this would even look like. And I assume we're not allowed to declare an emergency. That would be exciting, but I assume that's not.
No,
So how this even I have some process questions, but this.
Actually,
we'll
only
get
the
back.
governor.
And-
the governor
Yeah,
is
that's what I assumed.
conclusive on the topic.
And let me just weigh in, because I understand now that your question was really outside of the accountability system, which does create a system of transparency across the Commonwealth that we just don't have right now. But on top of that, your question was, what's the VDOE doing? What's the administration doing? So just a few things that we have going on. We have statewide supports with our ESSER money, as well as with state funding to support high dosage tutoring in schools, to support our lowest performing schools with greater incentives and bonuses for teacher hiring, to support the teacher shortage in critical areas by creating more flexibility, as well as alternate pathways to licensure, grants that go directly to families to engage in tutoring programs, incentives for schools that do after school, weekend, and summer programming, as well as resourcing some of those schools better. Internally, we're having conversations about how do we structure, we saw with Florida today, 60% of the school divisions did not get an A rating. They got a B or a C. And that's a big chunk of them. So we need to restructure our Office of School Quality to make sure that we're supporting those school divisions, and that we are able to deliver the training and the support for their leadership and for their teachers that is just in time and just in the right place to make a difference. But we can't do that if we don't have an accountability. We're going to constantly be going up against, we're fine. 89% of the schools are fully accredited in the Commonwealth. In fact, we just had a celebration because we're fine and we use the accountability or the accreditation ratings, and we're fully accredited. And until we have a system that makes more sense, is less nuanced, and is very clear to the public and the school divisions that says this is where your schools are and this is what should drive your school improvement, it's pretty hard to say tutoring, grants, teacher shortage, funding, resourcing, upskilling of the Office of School Quality, and all of those things are working. We can't see those work those things work unless we have an accountability system that helps measure some of those. She's had her hand up for a long time.
So, what I heard Anne say today was really kind of the light bulb went off for me, because you and I have had these discussions about better resourcing lower performing schools that really need help, right? So, what she said was an accountability system helps to better identify schools for resource allocation and school improvement needs. And if that's the case, I start to think about the kids who get lost in the middle. Well, where are the schools that are getting lost in the middle too, right? Like some of their indicators are lower level, but others of their indicators are high enough to keep them at an accredited level. So we're not resourcing those schools because they're meeting the final target, right? And a system of accountability helps to target those resources so for example, what she was saying with the English language learners, that's where I see a system of accountability being extremely useful to moving us into a more holistic, better place for all students in the Commonwealth. Not really targeting all of our resources towards what we're seeing from the current system as that, 10% of schools that are in that non-accredited area. You follow what I'm saying?
I do, but it also, you got to dovetail that with the fact that we're still at sort of pre-pandemic funding levels adjusted for inflation, right? So when we talk about adequate resources, I mean, you need to have a commitment to fully fund and then adequately resource the remediation. I mean, what we're talking about now is shifting around already scarce funds, right? Already inadequate funds, for what purpose? You don't have enough to do what you need to do. And now we're saying, well, if we shine a light on it, we'll allocate the funds we already have that aren't enough in different ways, but you're not really accomplishing the purpose you're looking at to accomplish. If we were, one of the impressive things she said about Florida was, they put resources behind that 60% of the schools. If we had a commitment that we were going to put resources behind the 60% of the schools that are going to show up now, on this system, I'd say, let's do this today. But we've got a long way to go before, and this is not a new issue for the Assembly, right? This is the underfunding. JLARC reports annually, I think, on the status of our funding. I think that's right. I've seen a bunch of them. We're chronically underfunded.
And not by a little, by a lot.
Yeah, by a lot. Tammy.
I definitely, I appreciate, Grace, your sense of what the afternoon represented, because it triggered for me, we should be calling it something else. So I'm definitely aligned there. But I am struggling because I do feel like the decisions that are made here and their flow down to districts, it's going to create an enormous churn that people will have to adjust to. And I'm not for not acting on emergency. I'm also just trying to appreciate the context of what these things feel like. At the same time, the literacy piece is going to be implemented and the effort it's going to take to make sure that's done right. And I am not opposed to systemic change, but I definitely feel like systemic change that's not approached in a deliberative way serves the potential risk of doing more harm than good. And this definitely feels like that. And there's got to be a middle ground. 200, I was looking at the rate of provisionally licensed teachers between 2015 and 2021 increased by 2,205%. And what is a provisionally licensed educator? It's someone who's coming in and they don't have the full package. We're going to get them to where they need to be. And all of those things are necessary. But if we could just say, for schools that are struggling recruiting because nobody wants to be in a school where they feel like they're not going to be able to move the needle and it's tied to accountability, let's do what Florida did. Let's say we're going to pay those educators to come out of the woodworks and go spend some time in some of these schools where kids have been historically underserved by teachers who don't have, the right content training to be there, that are using subs endless because they can't hire. Let's put some money right there, right now, because that's going to address the kids that are being impacted by the pandemic right away. I don't understand how this is going to immediately get at that. And again, I find it fascinating to think about moving accreditation aside and focusing on accountability. I think that could be a very elegant thing. But why are we accelerating this right now as if that's going to change the struggle that we are facing with this crisis? That's the piece I'm struggling with.
Dr. Sieber.
Yeah, last month we asked for some steps, and your last slide, I know you're still like stuck on slide 3, shows the number of departments impacted by something like this. This is just a window into the complexity here. So again, I think last month asking for the steps, which I thought would be of interest, has now moved into this realm of emergency, and this gives me heartburn, because anything worth doing is worth doing right. And doing something like this fast is a fraught proposition. Our next board meeting is not until after the General Assembly is already convened. And so if things are moving very, very fast on the legislative side, then we have a very narrow window of opportunity to try to at least say, here are some of the chunks that should be considered. Here's some cornerstones. So yes, the speed here, wow. So we started the day with Jenna's thing about the Virginia Literacy Act, and the themes we took away from that was systemic thinking and a multi-year approach. And these are the ways to do important things well. I take issue with the idea that maybe our system is not transparent. It is transparent. It's just complex, and it's complex on purpose, because as working with really good people in this room and elsewhere, we wanted to honor the complexity of the profession. And what we do is incredibly complex. So our system of reporting is very complex. So rather than having we got rid of A to F because one letter grade oversimplifies the complexity of a school. However, we wanted to move toward consumer reports. Over time, we build out this amazing school quality profile, and let's put more in us. We can do this too. And so it's become very complex. So while we need to move back toward clarity, I don't want to completely sacrifice the nuances that we try to capture. So with that regard, while personally as an individual, do not support a letter grade for school, the idea of an index that is weighted, those appeal to me. But I think the under the hood work there needs to come back to the board. So my hope would be anything that the legislature does about this bifurcation would give back to the board the responsibility for outfitting the vehicle.
What if we did this?
I have a process question.
Go ahead and process. And
So it just seems like there's 3 paths here. One would be we do something, the legislature likes it, they do conforming legislation, it's done. A second would be they just go ahead, they're going to do something that we're not even aware of because they're looking at this data too and are like, there's a problem. And then we're responding. Or then third, some sort of hybrid where we give them what Dr. Sieber was just talking about. We give them some ideas and are there other ways, just in terms of set aside where we all agree or disagree, are there other ways that this potentially plays out that we should be aware of?
I think so. That's what I was going to suggest. Okay. As Dr. Sieber just correctly pointed out, we don't meet again until really the end of the session, right?
Middle of the session.
Not quite the end.
Midway.
Not quite crossover.
But close enough, right? So if there's a legislative package going in, we'll know about that. If the department would draft what they're proposing the regs would look like and have it at our February 1st meeting, that would certainly be helpful in informing us if it's a direction we want to head as a board. And we can have the discussion about the merits at that point. You know, right now we're sort of arguing over a bunch of stuff. And I mean, I think, Shelley, correct me on this. I mean, isn't the superintendent required under statute to develop criteria subject to revision by the board? Isn't that part of that standard?
It's part of standard 3.
Right. So if the superintendent actually, you know, came around and developed the criteria that the superintendent believes to be appropriate, you know, as required by statute for the evaluation of educational performance in the Commonwealth, and with a set of proposed regs, the board would at least have a package of things instead of this sort of amorphous thing, you know, which we're never going to agree on, right? We're never going to agree without documents in front of us. We can see, Alan, if it meets the standard of honoring the nuance, right? We can see if we can get anywhere close to, right? It's a complicated process. I mean, part of what, you know, causes me to back up is how many times I've seen the board start something. I mean, it took us hours to do the annual report, right? A document that's got, you know, virtually no importance to anybody except us. And I look at the regs and think, geez, this is going to take some time. But, you know, as we've shown, we're willing to sit in the chairs for a while. You know, why doesn't the department go ahead and draft what it is they want us to do? And let the process continue to see where we are.
I have more process questions.
Please, go ahead.
Go ahead. How does this work? Okay, I was joking. I know we cannot declare an emergency, but do we ask if we decide collectively as a
yes.
board, do we ask the governor, or can he order us?
No, he can't order us.
Okay.
The process is, and we did this once under the Northam, I think, administration, because there was a glitch in the regs dealing with who could graduate down in Southwest. And so a legislator came to us and said, hey, I'm going to put in legislation. We said, you know, we can fix this without legislation. We really don't want to muck the world up. And so we had it was a very narrow issue. It wasn't something as broad as the whole accreditation system, by the way, but we have a letter which I can find and send to you so you get an idea what it looks like, where we lay out not only the rationale for what we're doing, exactly what it is we're going to do, and the fact that we had consent on the board to do it. And then we asked Governor Northam to declare an emergency, which under that statute, which allows the emergency reg to go into effect. Under that statute, as I said before, I learned this then, you know, there is no appeal from the governor. You know, the governor, if he declares it an emergency, there's no standards either. He can just do it. So if he says it's an emergency, then whatever regs we then pass would go into effect immediately.
And outside of the board public comment process, there's no other process
right.
for the public to weigh in on emergency regulations.
So I guess, which is another consideration here, I would be loath to pass a whole new series of accreditation regs without public comment from the field. I mean, geez, it was such a breach of what we do and how we do things. But as I said, if the department wants to proceed, why don't we ask for the document that they would want us to use and start from there?
So I'll just weigh in and say that this is a lot of work, and I envision all of us doing it together. So to think that the department is going to go down a road to develop a system or promulgate regs for consideration without substantial discussion from this board and without moving forward together and sometimes in tandem, where you give us feedback, you give us guidance, you give us direction, and we move forward. That's the way that it should be done. Not we haven't had enough conversation about this, so come back to us with something and then we'll discuss it. Because the charge last month was come back with a plan and a timeline, which we are placing before you. And we are saying that the emergency rulemaking is necessary. The legislative changes are necessary to bifurcate the accreditation process and the accountability, the accreditation and the accountability systems. There is a sense of urgency. There is an education emergency, not a rulemaking emergency. It is, that's how it translates. But there is an education emergency that needs to be addressed. We see that in our NAEP scores. We see that in our SOLs. We see that in our schools every day. And when we have 89% of our schools that are fully accredited, we aren't seeing every student in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And a new accountability system can help us get there. That is why over the past few months, we've had speakers, we've had staff talking to this board about what does a clearer accountability system look like for the Commonwealth of Virginia, and what work should we be embarking on today, tomorrow, next week, next month, to make sure that we have an accountability system that is less obtuse and more and clarified for our school districts, and more transparent for our school districts beginning in the 23-24 school year. And the more that we can have a discussion versus come back to us with a work product and then we'll have a discussion, we don't have time to do that. And this is the emergency.
And Dr. Ballo, we've been looking at a lot of slides today. I may be misremembering, in the deck for this presentation, which I'm sorry, I've completely hijacked. There was a proposal that we do some kind of a virtual meeting midwinter, or am I mixing that up with a different deck?
That is possible. We put that in there as a
Okay.
placeholder, making sure that we can continue this
Okay.
discussion and that two months doesn't go by. I mean, that's not fair to do to school divisions either. If we're not able to advance this conversation until February, when we come back with a work product that my hunch is there will be lots of feedback, lots of input. We've got to have a few things going at the same time with this work to ensure that that the board is engaged in the process, school divisions are engaged in the process, and VDOE is engaged in the process.
Okay,
To your point, though, I mean, I have to say that, so last month we had the presentation by, what was it, Dr. Hovanetz, and that's when some of us were pretty, bowled over by some of, the proposals, and today's accountability presentation by Ann Hyslop. And to your point about it being obtuse and less transparent, that's exactly how, when I start to look at all of this, it's just, and that's what we said last month, that this is all just so murky, hard to understand, and not transparent, that at the risk of sounding rash, I would say, why not give it a shot? Why do we have to be so slow to respond? This is, after all, something, it is a matter of emergency on many levels. So I would definitely vote for something that gives more transparency, more actual accountability, way for parents to better understand. So I would definitely support this.
At some point, the board needs to actually deal with the details. We have not been very good at original drafting at the board level, which is why I asked the department to give us something to respond to, right? Because you clearly have an idea what you want it to look like at the end. And it would be helpful to use that as the starting point for where we're headed. If you ask us, I mean, we could sit here for days talking about all the various features of various accountability systems and make no progress. All I'm looking for is something to actually respond to refine, to get this thing going along a path that, you guys want it to go along. I don't think that was an unreasonable, concept in order to keep a time frame moving that seems to be in concert with what you want to do. I mean, Ms. Creasy's motion, which was really made after Mr. Rotherham said, let's just issue a NORA. I mean, it's like, well,
Process for starting.
no, I mean, but that's what you said, right? You said, let's go ahead and do this. And it's like, well, we don't exactly know what we're going to do. And I think it's more complicated because I believe that we needed legislative support. And so we asked the department to come back with not a timeline, but the steps that were necessary to split the two systems. And now we understand that we need not only the board to act in terms of approving regulation, but we need the legislature to act in terms of changing the code. And so that's a very helpful thing. But, you know, I mean, I'm prepared to sit here all night, but I'm not sure everybody else is, to talk about all the various permutations of the different systems that were just laid out. Without something to respond to, this is going to be an endless project.
Mr. President, oh.
Yes, sir.
So, again, I just want, this is kind of like the pool of dialogue where ideas can go in. And so I just want to throw it there. I think there's something in between emergency and moving slow. And I think, you know, again, just probably having been around public education Virginia for a long time, having seen changes play out in the Commonwealth in the past, I think that in between emergency and slow, there is urgent. And I think one way to take some pressure off this conversation is to say, you know, okay, we want an index, we want it weighted, we want it designed by BOE, we want implementation in 24-25. That still means that 23-24, we report out where people would fall on both systems. This is what we've done in the past when we've changed accountability credits. We've shown this is where you are in this rule book, this is where you are on this rule book. And that would be an opportunity, I think, to be more thoughtful. Still, you know, get the ball moving rapidly. It has to be built, but I just think that they're saying that this is going to be in effect for 23-24. I think creates a pressure that's going to make it hard to bring people to the table, to have thoughtful conversations, and again, we risk. This is so important; it needs to be done right. That's my concern.
Ms. Creasy.
I have a question for staff. I know you guys are sitting over there so quietly and nicely. My question for you is, are we certain that what you all have looked at as far as essentially changing the verbiage from accreditation to accountability is as easy as that? Or do we know, or do we even know whether some of that would increase the likelihood of substantial changes needed in some of the language?
So I don't
Do
think-
you understand what I'm asking?
I don't think we meant to imply that any of it would be easy. There are some places where accreditation just could be replaced with accountability, but because the verbiage accreditation is throughout the code, it would be a tedious process. So it's not, we didn't mean to imply it would be easy to do. And I mean, I think Dr. Siebert reflected that there are places in the SOQ that actually describe what accreditation is to be. So we did not mean to imply that it would be an easy change. And I don't know if my colleagues want to add anything.
I thought you were going to ask a different question, Ms. Creasy, for the, like, and this is, I think, for you, Dr. Ballo, but also for you, Dr. Loving-Ryder, like, this is a lot of work. And I think the conforming changes are actually the more straightforward piece, like the design pieces of like figuring out how these things would work. It's very like, do you feel like if we were to move on to an expedited timeline to get this done in time so we could actually use it for the next school year, does that seem, I mean, Dr. Ballo, you can commit that we have the resource, because people have other things on their plate and so forth as well. And we do have to, this is measure twice and cut once for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate that analogy. And I know Shelley will want to weigh in on this as well. But internally, we don't have the expertise or the capacity to do all of this work. But we've identified our partners nationally and in the Commonwealth who can help us with some of this work. As I think Shelley noted, this is not easy work. And in the olden days, it would have been great to have 5 or 7 years to redesign an accountability system. It doesn't really take that long, but we we have great models across the nation. We have great partners across the nation. We have great thinkers within the Commonwealth and on this dais and within the Department of Education who are ready to move this forward and have the resources to tap into to do that. But it is incumbent on our ability to move forward together on this work.
So why don't we bring forward the models that you think are the good models nationally?
Yeah,
And let's begin the discussion around those.
We did.
So that's
Good.
Florida. Is Florida what your model is?
Well,
Or
no,
what?
Excel and Ed brought forth several models. Florida was one of them, but it's certainly one that we can build off of. And today we heard a much more generic, hopefully complementary presentation that says these are the important things. What I would hope that we embark on as a board is a discussion about here's what we know is working in other states. How do we use the components that we heard from Anne and that we have researched and maybe that are within our accountability system right now to create Virginia's accountability system going forward? And so, we'll continue to take that information, but it won't be a study for 2 years that we do.
So, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
please.
So 3 things I heard Ms. Hyslop say. One, you just don't want to do this without robust collaboration among the partners who are going to be affected by it, the stakeholders and the legislators. And that doesn't have to take 2 years, but it's hard to see how it can be done on the timeline that you've outlined. Number 2, she said, the metrics that go into, it's not just saying, okay, we're going to have an A through F system or a weighted, an index. We got to decide which of our many current indicators are going to go into it and how they're going to be weighted. So that's a substantive set of choices that has major implications. And I would want to hear, for instance, well, if we do this kind of weighting system, how many schools is that going to put into A, B, C, D, or F approximately? And do we have the resources at the Office of School Quality to address them? And what's going to be our intervention mode? So, there's a lot of devil in the details. And then the third I heard from her that I would want to understand somewhat upfront. And the third thing I heard from her is that accompanying resources is absolutely crucial. So my for what it's worth, my free unsolicited advice to the advocates for changing the system would be, if there is, I will be shocked. I'm way too smart to predict what the legislature will do, but I will say this: I would be shocked if the legislature will authorize a wholesale change without knowing the devil in these details. So I don't know how you're going to get these bills through without telling the legislature what kind of weighted index you're going to be using for whatever this system is. I mean, we know they rejected an A through F before. So what is the weighted index? And that's going to have to be on the table, before January. And we're going to have input into that somehow. That has to fit into the timeline. And we're going to have a whole lot of study and feedback from you all to help us get, we're going to have some information about the implications for the different weightings. The other thing that if the resource piece, the governor introduces his proposed budget, I think in 4 weeks, if there are several hundred, my little back of the envelope calculation, which I'm sure is woefully inadequate, simply on what's it going to take to do. Mr. Rotherham, you referred to the teacher incentives that DC did. If we do a teacher incentive program to get teachers into our high poverty schools, my back of the envelope calculation is we're talking several $100 million a year. And I do see that the governor's revenue estimates just came out and we're flush. We continue to be flush. So if the governor's introduced budget on December 16th has several $100 million for teacher incentives for the Petersburgs and Richmonds of the world, you're going to see legislators more interested in this. But it's not, the timing is we can't just tell the legislature, oh, we want to do a wholesale change in the accountability system. You all passed this bill letting us do it. And by the way, we'll tell you what all the details are on March or April.
I don't think that's what anyone's insinuating. The proposals that we would make this year are not changes that we would move forward together. But if there is a clear desire to bifurcate accreditation from accountability, those would be the asks for this year. And there are also some different scenarios that I think it would behoove the board to have conversations about, that we've talked about internally, certainly overlaying an accountability system with our current accreditation system for a period of time. And so we would be figuring both, perhaps. I think that there are some additional conversations to be had to move this forward.
Mr. President, can I ask one more thing while we've got the staff here? So the HB 938 committee's task force's mandate included looking at many of these issues. And I understand there is a report from them we've appointed a large group of a task force of folks with expertise in the field to look at this. And I understand there is a draft report. The sooner we can get that, the better. The little bit I've heard from people who were in those meetings is there was a sentiment that we shouldn't rush in any of this, that there's a lot of complexity to it, and that getting the devil in the details right is incredibly important. And while there was sentiment that there was a benefit to more transparency, that there were risks involved if you did it willy-nilly and without a careful look.
Yep.
And that there was, if I understood again correctly, and I don't mean to speak for those of you who were there, but that there was sentiment against drastic changes in the cut store. There was a sentiment against taking growth, downplaying the effect of growth. Certainly one of the very important metrics we hear from Ms. Haslop today is the balance of growth versus proficiency. Something as fundamental as that, I don't know how we have any sense of what's going on until we hear some of those details.
Right, and we've heard those over the last couple of months. We heard them just in the last presentation. We heard them last month as well from Christy Hovanitz from Excel and Ed, and we'll continue to hear more about those.
Hear about them, but we haven't heard what the proposal is.
No, that's, but it is in this board's authority to establish an accountability system. That is not a statutory change. This board has the authority to establish the accountability system.
And we just call it accreditation.
Yeah.
And you don't like it, and I get that you don't like it, and I get there may be ways to improve it. I agree there are ways to improve it.
And that's what we're trying to move forward on.
Sorry, did you?
I apologize, work commitment that took me away for a few minutes, but I just, for context, would like to know what motion is on the table so I can.
There's no
There's no
motion.
motion. It's a
This is the
discussion.
presentation.
Got it. Thank you.
The motion will be much more animated.
That helps.
And the presentation, sadly, is staff trying to, we let them get to slide 2 of their deck, and then we hijacked them.
I had a couple of questions. So the board discusses the necessity of emergency regulations for new accountability. So what is, if this is just a presentation, there's nothing to take an action today, what is being asked here as far as emergency regulations? When would that kick in? Like today? No.
No, we, what we've asked for is for this board to move forward with a letter to the governor requesting emergency rulemaking authority, and assuming that he would grant that would give the board flexibility to then have perhaps a presentation between a work session, a virtual work session between this board meeting and the next board meeting, to have some discussions about exactly some of the details that you're thinking about. We would engage our national partners in helping to put recommendations forward to this board, so that in February it's a little more fleshed out than it would be if we don't have some direction and some opportunity to work between now and February.
So in
And
a
then-
sense, there is an action today, right? In a sense.
Not today. There
There
could be tomorrow, the letter, but that's something that the board needs to decide and discuss.
Today.
No, tomorrow
or tomorrow?
or
Okay,
not
got
at all. It
got
depends if there's a
got
motion.
it. And have you engaged with these partners, national and state partners, on actually getting the ball rolling?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we have, of course, you know, as a state chief for now, oh my goodness, almost 8 years in Wyoming and here. I've worked on an overhaul or a rewrite of a federal accountability system under ESSA, a statewide accountability after ESSA, changes to the statewide accountability system in Wyoming to include college, career, and military readiness and value that the same as we did our advanced courses. And so, you know, I have a pretty wide network and an understanding, as does our staff, who has also been through accreditation and accountability work, of who we need to reach out to for things like looking through our regulations to find out what changes exactly need to be made, bringing forth recommendations for a new accountability system. Certainly, you know, we heard from Excel and Ed, and certainly they would be a key partner that we would engage. That's the work that they do, but we would engage others as well.
Okay. So again, in terms of bringing this to, you know, some kind of closure, I think we can still move the ball along if the department is willing to come back either with an outline of the system you'd like to see in place, which I think is not unreasonable to ask, and if it's possible at the same time, the proposed regs. I mean, the declaration, the letter for the declaration, you know, can go anytime during this process because as soon as the governor signs it, it's done. It is difficult for me to conceive of writing a letter asking for an emergency declaration when I have no idea what it is I'm going to be asking, you know, the regs. We just haven't done it that way before. I'm uncomfortable with the idea of asking the governor for carte blanche on this. And I think we're required to lay out what it is we want to do. So that piece doesn't hold you up at all. When do you think, and I appreciate that you said, you know, yeah, we heard these things, but I mean, what we really heard was Florida's got a system and very broad outlines. We didn't hear any of the specifics of the system, you know, in fairness, and what it really looks like in legislative terms. And are there nuances there? Are there pieces of it that we ought to be aware of? When do you think the department and your outside consultants can put something together that the board can react to?
Let's turn it back over to staff because I think that's on a slide that's coming up.
Oh, sorry. I had assumed the slideshow was out of the window by now.
Nope.
While they're finding it, can I ask, is Ms. Hyslop from All4Ed one of your national partners, or could we consider her for one? I was very impressed with her.
She was amazing, and I think we absolutely should consider her as a partner. And you know, it takes expertise from across the education field when we start talking about proficiency scores, when we start talking about assessment align, you know, and some of those are after the fact, but there are a lot of partners. There's not one person or even one team that we engage in this process. It's a lot, and it's across the board.
I think she'd be probably happy to help just because she's a good citizen and potentially more if we could. But the most important thing I think she said that we should underscore is I think there's a straw man of like, well, we should do Florida or Indiana. Like, I think the most important thing she said is like, we need to design a system for Virginia because we have our own context and we can learn. And I think historically, one of our problems has been not going around and learning, but like, this is not, we can't fall into this trap that you see in education where, you know, people go to Finland and decide they like something and bring it back with no context about Finland. And it's the same thing. So my only concern, I'm pretty comfortable with moving because I think we'll be here in a year having the same conversations if we don't, is just the amount of work this will be. Because it would be easier if there was some state and we said, let's just like do their thing. And so just like where we're taking the conversation now, I think we should just have no illusions about the amount of work to get this right and the consequences if we don't get it right.
Agree. And if it was even possible or plausible to say, I like that system, let's adopt that, then everyone in the nation would be, you know, it would be whittled down to 2 or 3 systems. It's not that way. Every system of of education governance and definition of student success and outcomes is a little bit different. And so we do need to take that time. And I'm going to turn it back to staff, hopefully uninterrupted,
That basically
to
says
talk through this.
you're drafting the regs. I want you to draft anyway, right? That's what it says up there.
That's what it says.
It says you're already doing it. I don't know why we have such pushback on this.
Well, I mean, it's only November 16th. We didn't say that
Oh.
we can give a specific date.
Yeah, in my world, that means it's already done.
It does. And the letter for rulemaking, perhaps it's a governor's preference or not, but it formally kicks off a process, and I think tips our hat to our commitment as a board and as a department that we are dedicated to this work.
Okay.
Which
So-
slide do we want to go to? I'm confused where we are.
I think we have an understanding now, right? We're going to come back at the next meeting and we're going to have more. I will say, and I appreciate the concept of the emergency, although then you seem to back off of the need for that some. I would be incredibly uncomfortable as a board member telling the 122, I guess it is now, since when consolidated divisions, how many divisions now? 132, excuse me, that we are going to implement regs without a reasonable public input process. I'll tell you that right now. I just cannot imagine this board taking an area this important. And frankly, after hearing the speakers that were brought in, to say to every division, we're changing the rules and we're not going to ask you anything about it in a formal process. I just can't do that. I mean, I guess I will if the board does it, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's not the way it works.
Well, it is the way it works if we have no public hearings.
Well, are those the table stakes? We keep hearing, we'd be able to involve the public even on this expedited timeline. Okay.
What I'm
What would
telling you is
what would
I-
that look like, Dr.?
I don't want to do a process that formally could exclude the public. I appreciate the
I don't
commitment
think
to
anyone
include the
does.
public.
Yeah.
Okay, then the emergency then would not be the route to go.
The
No.
emergency
normal
rulemaking
rulemaking.
process does not have public engagement built into the process.
But we
But
could still
you
do
move-
it, right?
And you move simultaneously with the regular rulemaking process that absolutely has public input.
And we could do, just because it's not required, doesn't mean we couldn't.
For sure, we
Okay.
can absolutely
All
add
right.
that.
It would not meet this timeline if I'm being frank with you. I mean, this
Please
is
be
an incredibly expedited timeline. And I think it would be a challenge to meet what we've laid out here. You know, again, certainly there would be public engagement at the board meeting, but to add in additional public hearings, in between January, February, March, especially as you're also doing the same thing on the history standards, I think would be a
Frankly,
challenge.
Just to give the constituent groups time to respond, we won't have a draft until February. So how do we give people time to respond to that in a meaningful way? How do we give VAS and all the other folks?
And so I think
Different
that
team from the history and social sciences standards. We do have different teams. who
Sure, but the
could-
board's engaged in that process in all of the public hearings.
What do you mean by public hearings?
The public hearings that the board holds, you all are the ones that are
The board-
at the
Public
public hearing.
comment period.
No.
With it.
The board is required before we adopt
Okay.
standards of learning to hold public hearings.
Right.
The department decided to, in addition to the board's mandated public hearings, to do listening sessions on their own, which is fine and a good practice, right? That's a good thing. But even we could not finalize those standards without going to public comment. That's in the statute.
But we farm ourselves out for
And,
those.
and
Mr.
public
Pre-
comment does not mean here. Public
Yeah.
comment means we will hold a separate public hearing in locations. And for this, my guess is 5 locations around the state,
Which we go to. different-
which different board members will chair. I mean, we'll look for volunteers to chair them and receive the public comment. On the more complicated ones, we've actually had a third-party reporting service there to consolidate. Can't remember the last one we did like that.
When we did a listening tour on the standards of quality, we
Yeah, you know what I'm
engaged.
talking about. Yeah. So, I mean, there's a formal required process that's different from public comment here. We have to go to public hearing. And, it seems to me on something this large, for folks who pride themselves on transparency, et cetera, right? We ought to be listening to the public in a formal setting. And, I would intend to do that.
Did you say that that could happen in parallel?
Well, it can't happen until the drafts are done because the public has nothing to respond to.
Right.
Right.
There's a difference between doing something with people and doing something to people. I also think there's a difference between 1 year and 4 to 5 years. And that's where and Andy, you're thinking of measure twice and cut once. The two in there for me is the year to build it, model, show what it shows while we're using what we're using, and then refine, tweak, and come back. And so I think this can be done. But here's just an example. I mean, we're about to embark. We've been embarking on history standards for a chunk of time, and it's taken a long, long time. So at this macro level, the presentation that we had last month, the presentation we just had, very exciting macro level possibilities. But for just one example in there, and it's going to activate some PTSD I have, and probably Shelley too, the student growth percentile piece. So if you say we're going to weight, we have an index, and we're going to weight it. And the weights must include these 5 factors, even if the board gets to choose what the weights are. One of those weights we'll decide is, well, how much is achievement versus growth? And then, well, how are you going to measure growth? And, you're going to measure growth using student growth percentiles. Well, we've got, court action going back 7 years ago about just how FOIA would release the results of those student growth percentiles. I mean, so it is an incredibly fraught process, very complex, very difficult, still absolutely worth doing. But, I just, if we're going to get behind the wheel of this car and start driving it, then we've got to manage the speed so that there's not collateral damage.
Would the PTSD go away if it's drawn out over 2 years?
2 years, again, a year to build it thoughtfully with the people in the Commonwealth of Virginia who have been asking for a modernization of assessment and accountability for years. There's enthusiasm and desire to do this, to do it in an emergency fashion rather than an urgent fashion would squash the opportunity to really capitalize on that enthusiasm about doing this right and doing this well. And I'm not talking about doing over 4 or 5 years, but I say to try to say this is going to be in place for school year 23-24. I get the enthusiasm about that. I just question the wisdom of it, and I'm afraid we could just lose everything that we could accomplish. I think you could absolutely build it in the coming year. That way we get authorization from the General Assembly this year to get started on it. We begin building it. We come back in the next session, get whatever other pieces we need done. And you've built it thoughtfully. And at the end of next school year, you can still report both our current accreditation. And in the meantime, please know, serving in an urban district, community eligibility provision, high poverty, our current system works. Our matrix showing every square for every school, what's yellow, what's green, and what's red, has absolutely driven school-based planning. There's already a sense of urgency about the learning loss. All that is happening. And we were doing science-based reading before we were required to. So there's going to be some good data coming from that. But I think to hurry these things, it's too important.
Okay, so I think we're talking over each other as I listen to you, Dr. Siebert. We do realize that next year is a test run where we run both accountability and accreditation, and that the implementation year, slide 10, 8 of 8, the new accreditation and accountability systems are used in accountability year 24-25, and the current system will no longer be used. So the new accountability system will be stood up for 2023-2024 and used simultaneously with the current accreditation system. So we will figure both.
Then why do you need the emergency regs process? I just don't get it.
Because it needs to be in place even a year from now.
Not to simply calculate the numbers in as an example. You can calculate the numbers any way you want to calculate them and put them out there. The one follow up to Alan's point about I still don't understand student growth percentiles, but I do remember when we went through the last major revision to the accreditation / accountability system, there was a lot of talk about SGPs, and I still don't understand it, but I do remember from that talk that there were people who thought we would be better off using student growth percentiles instead of what we've got for growth, and that there were difficulties with implementing that with our Virginia data system. I'm way oversimplifying it, and Shelley could take an hour and explain it to us, but, or maybe even give us a short version of it. But my impression is if we want to do student growth percentiles, it's going to take at least a little time to figure out how to do it. I mean, our system, we're not a state with a smarter balance test or a PARCC test. So to figure out how to jam our whole testing system was built around proficiency, not growth. And we've sort of jerry-rigged it to do growth. And it's gotten better and better over time, thanks to hard work from Shelley and colleagues as a growth measure. But I don't think that doing SGP is now going to be easy unless I'm missing something.
If I may respond, Mr. Gifford. You were correct. I think the issues with student growth percentiles will still occur in Virginia. And we were one of the first states to use them. We actually used them under the RO days when we were required to create a growth measure. The difficulty we encountered was because of the acceleration we allow, we could have a 5th grade student who's taking the 7th grade math test. And so to create the growth percentile, you're comparing that student only to the other students, the 5th grade students who took the 7th grade math test. And you're determining that student's growth measure based on the comparison to only the 5th grade students who took the 7th grade math test. So we ended up having a situation where we really weren't able to adequately show growth for advanced students. And you may remember, Ms. Holton, that we eventually decided we weren't going to calculate the SGPs for the advanced students, which seems to fly in the face of what Ann Hyslop was saying. So if we are going to try to meet this timeline, we should consider using measures that we have already. Trying to do student growth percentiles would take a significant amount of time. We worked on them for about 18 months the last time, with one staff member almost completely dedicated to that project. So if there's interest in student growth percentiles, that might be something to consider down the road, but we may want to consider something that we have in place already, at least for the interim.
And I suggest that simply as Alan did, as one example of the level of complexities of decisions that this group needs to make. And I'm all for trying to do them on an urgent basis, as Alan says, but not on an emergency basis.
And truly, I clarify this slide 8 of 8, Dr. Baylor, thank you very much, does help, because what I obviously misunderstood early on was having this in place for 23-24.
It will be, but it won't count. But it won't be if we don't go, if we don't start the process, if we don't have the accountability system, then it truly is doing something to someone, because it's the department saying this is what we think is best, and we've had we've had the board weigh in on it. We want to give schools a practice here, but we're not sure that we haven't gone through the rulemaking process or the formal process. So I mean that doesn't even make sense to do that.
But in terms of designing the system, your schedule is to have that done by March or April. I mean, yeah, to deciding what kind of, are we going to do a weighted index, or are we going to do A through F, and what are we going to weight in the index, and how are we going to deal with N sizes, and how are we going to deal with English language learners? All of that will have to be finalized by this board by March or April on an emergency regs basis per your system.
July, August, September, and October, we are working on our consolidated, you know what, I'm going to turn to staff. You guys know where this is.
This slide right here. It
Yeah.
would be March 23.
Yes, if we were to stick
in
with
February.
first review would be in February.
So what's the pushback on asking for what it's going to look like in February? I'm still mysterious. I mean, it seems to be,
Pushback.
I'm asking for exactly the same timeline that you guys are saying we're going to do.
Yeah,
So how come we're pushing back?
I'm
on that?
who's pushing
You
back?
did. You said, how can I possibly draft this without the board's input? And what I'm saying is, on your timeline, we're going to have regs for first review in February.
If I may, I think the difference is there would be that January virtual work session where we get more input from you.
Well, we don't have a January work session scheduled yet, I say.
Right, but that was in the timeline that we didn't talk about.
So in one virtual work session, we're expected to iron out all the nuances of the proposed new system, have regs drawn by February 1 for first review and final review in March. Is that the concept?
We thought about, yeah, and we did think about a March first review, and I pushed back a little bit on that because I want to give school divisions as much time as possible with this as well. And so, we can, that's a place where I think we could adjust.
Yeah, how much slippage do we have there to adjust? Because I also think this is where we do need some kind of public engagement with this that's meaningful. And so and what Emily said earlier, I think should carry a fair amount of weight just in terms of just the ability to execute that kind of input. And so,
Yeah.
execute the receiving of it. So
Yeah, I mean, really, I think mostly of school divisions on this, and just making sure that they have adequate time to think about it and prepare for even a practice year. Remember, next year would be a practice year with a new system. But giving them as much time as possible would be key.
Is it possible to have the first review in March?
Yeah, I think we could make that adjustment. We do have a meeting in March, correct?
Correct.
We do. We're
Right.
February, March, and April.
So that gives
22nd and
an
23rd.
opportunity for two more discussions. One full work session that we could schedule in January if that's the will of the board, and then a February discussion to give input. And, I think you can spend, there's a risk of spending too little time having a discussion about some of the finer points and some of the details of an accountability system. But there's also a risk in drawing that out and doing hours and hours and hours of multiple potential partners, or going, we've really tried to winnow that work down for everyone a little bit. But if there are other things that this board wants to see, we can absolutely bring that forward. I'm never a fan of sort of drafting from the dais. I want to make sure that we have conversations, and that we come to you with the subject matter experts so that you can give us direction, and we can move forward. But I have to say, I'm not clearly hearing that from the consensus of the board today. And I want to make sure that, that we're not going through the exercise of drafting this on a fast and urgent timeline, quickly and carefully, but urgent. And then the board decides that, no, we're not going to act on it. And I'm not sure that that's the sentiment, but I guess I'd like some reassurance that it isn't.
I think it depends on what it looks like. I don't think you can ask anybody we are certainly support the concept of the bifurcation. I think the details are the details, though, and the details here matter.
And for me, it'll be dependent on seeing the governor's budget proposal, frankly. If there's resources in here that are going to help the DF schools, once they're labeled DF, then we're in a completely different ballgame. And if we're not, then I don't know how I'm not going to do something that's going to make it harder for Petersburg to hire teachers.
Yep.
Mr. Gecker, if I may, I think one thing that would be helpful to staff is to have some indication of which indicators you want to keep and which ones you want to change. And Superintendent Bailey, I'm saying that because there's so much data work that has to be done in order to come up with what would really be the new system.
Shelley,
So,
go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were finished. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, so if we could have some guidance at some point about what you all want to keep as far as indicators and what you might want to change, that would be helpful.
And I think it would be helpful to me, I'll say that, because the rest of these folks are much more astute at this, to understand on each of the indicators what your professional view is about what we ought to be doing. There's nobody in the country who knows more about this than you do. And, it would help me a lot to understand where you are on the various indicators, weightings, systems, et cetera. You've seen everything that's gone on in the country for a number of years. I won't say how many, but a lot. And it's, I'm not saying that, you or staff gets final call. That's not what I'm suggesting, but at least, unlike Andy, who also sees a lot of this, I don't get this in my daily life. I want to understand what you view as the pros and cons, much like Ms. Hayslip laid out. Here are the pros and cons of these various things, hard for me to tell in a vacuum. And so I'm not looking to put more work on you guys, and I don't know if anybody else on the board feels that way, but having the professional guidance of staff in this regard would be tremendously helpful, at least to me.
Yeah, I would echo
That's not
that.
to punt it, but,
No.
it's a serious request for, we're swimming upstream here for me.
That would be a great thing to have at the work session. And the other thing I would love to have, I saw that you recommended Jillian and/or Emily send out an email offering everybody the opportunity to hear Kent Dickey's Finance 101 in Virginia. It is a great presentation. I've heard it 2 or 3 times and I still learn something new every time. And because the money and how it's expended and how we resource our schools at both the state, federal and local level is so intertwined with all of this that if we could get Kent to do that presentation for the whole board sooner rather than later, it would be great.
And I am looking forward to that. We're getting that scheduled. I am in a slightly different place. So I think it's just important to serve some of the different perspectives. I do think this qualifies as a crisis for Virginia, just given the data we've seen. So I'm comfortable with the caveats that we have to get this right and be able to engage the public. I am not, I'd like to see more investment in schools. I think we probably all have different things we'd like to see, but I'm not comfortable saying we can't move forward on accountability until we get the money right. And that's probably me. I've just done this a long time and I've been through so many rounds of we're going to be ready for accountability just as soon as the resources are there. I feel like Charlie Brown because Lucy is always yanking that football away. And I just think we have the order of operations. We can do them in tandem, or we can have the order of operations that by creating a good, honest, transparent accountability system that really is responsive, that's how we can build the will to address things that I think a lot of us agree on with disequities in our finance system and so forth. But I see this as sort of a predicate for addressing that, and we're never gonna get there. So I'm hopeful. I'd like to see that too, but I don't feel in any way this needs to be contingent on a bunch of stuff that we simply can't control.
Andy, I agree. And I do think this is an emergency. I think when the governor spoke after the NAEP results came out, he talked about more resources. I am assuming the budget's going to have more resources. This is also 24, 25. So there's going to be a couple bites at the apple, depending on how all this comes out to support whatever needs to be out there. But I feel like the kids need this, our system needs this, and if our superintendent is saying that she can rally the troops and the agency to get this done, I frankly think it is on us to move forward and to take that same act of urgency to address the emergency that our students are facing. And we've seen the statistics at the last meeting from Excellence Ed. We saw them again today of our drop, of where we are. And I just, and these are numbers, but behind the numbers are the reality of the kids, and especially our most disadvantaged kids. And I just think that we need to do whatever we can as a board, as an agency, to get out there and to get these wheels in motion. And waiting another year, in my mind, is not an option. And I think it was you that mentioned the cohort today. We might have had a blip or whatever we talked about with the prior presentation, but we still have a lag of kids, and we have a system that I think needs to be improved. And I think parents, businesses, everybody that's involved in this process need to have a better understanding, better clarity of what we're dealing with. And we can't fix the problems until we know what the diagnosis is and know where the challenges are, we can direct our resources to. And the sooner we can get that done, in my mind, the better off we're going to be. Because if we wait another year or two of where we're going to prioritize our resources, I think it's in shame on us.
And I would like to echo what Mr. Rotherham said, and well said. I think with Virginia students scoring the bottom most in the country, it's definitely a matter of urgency, and I think we have the momentum. That's one thing. I think is not only the sense of urgency, but there's also the momentum, and I think you will be able to take advantage of that. And I do feel that parents definitely want to see what does accountability mean. I mean, when I go to my local school division and students are not faring well, but yet you say, oh, it's all well, fine and dandy. That's not acceptable to parents. So I'd like to.
Just to be clear, we did not score lowest in the nation. The statistic that they use, or the fact that they use, is our standards, our SOL standards, map lowest in the nation, which is much different. Our performance on the NAEP was not at the bottom of the nation.
But we did see some of the biggest drops.
I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing, just not arguing. I'm just saying
We're about
that for
average.
us to say we're the worst in the nation is a different thing.
Sorry,
and that's
I
where we
meant the
map.
biggest drop in the nation in
That's-
math
you wanna
and
talk
reading.
drops, that's fine.
Yes.
No, we have people here who
I have an
listen to us.
idea.
I just don't like it out there.
I have an idea, maybe on staff and Superintendent Balo, for this next work session to give us a framework that we can all kind of connect to. Last month, we heard that, here are the 9 elements of an accountability system. People are going to argue me about number 1, whether that's a letter grade or stars or index. But items 2 through 9, or people had common ground, right, in general. So maybe that could be a starting point for you all. How what Virginia has available. How would we meet items 2 through 9? And what we and in that, I think we need to be very honest that if we can't do growth well right now with our current tools, we put an asterisk next to that, and we say the next time we have an RFP for an assessment system, we'll be seeking something superior. But what would be the bones based on that approach? And so that might help us move the conversation forward. I think the other thing is that I don't necessarily know it was in today's presentation, but the idea of the quadrant chart, where how do you show a high achieving high growth school versus a low achieving high growth school versus a low achieving low growth school? What would be again, because we got this growth piece is going to be very problematic for us. What would be the way we could do that sort of out of the gate, and then what would be the considerations we would need to have longer term to do it better? That might be a structure of sort of a next action.
Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am.
last comment for me tonight, 6
I'm
o'clock.
on the board tonight.
Dinner.
Again, I just want to underscore how important it feels to acknowledge that when there are differences of opinion about the strategy that's going to get us to the shared goal we all have of wanting to see all children in the Commonwealth succeed, that it's not about we don't see the emergency. I really feel very strongly about how easy it can be to have the public misunderstand what the shared commitments are of people who volunteer their time and their energy to serve in these roles. Not easy work, a lot of work. And I gotta believe that everybody that sits around this table, regardless of who they were appointed by, are here because they're committed and that they do I understand very much what's at stake. I'm on the ground every day in my community and see firsthand how difficult it is to get people in schools. I do. And so I do hope that as we engage in this discourse around what's the best strategy, that we really try and measure the importance of, we have different opinions about the most expedient way to get to the end result that we all share, but we're all committed to wanting to see children succeed. I've had to really work through a fair bit of self-management as we're having conversations about what is most urgent. And when I think about the kinds of things that we have made commitments to do in the very short time that we've had the benefit of having a full board seated, some things have had to take the back seat that have felt very urgent in regards to investments that others have made. And I've had to settle with that. And so I want to make sure that there is measured consideration for what that can feel like. Measured consideration for what that can feel like. Lab schools, complete faith that what was desired was going to happen, even though we don't really fully understand how that's going to be sustained, but there was a commitment to support. And so it's been a struggle because I don't want to see politics ruin how important it is to be above that when it comes to the task before us. So that was heavily on my mind.
Well, we appreciate that. I think we are done. I think staff understands where we are. And if not, we'll fill in the gaps tomorrow or the next day. Yeah, somebody's got to. But, you know, we're going to need something to respond to as a board. I don't think that's unreasonable. I would like advice of staff. You know, I don't think that's unreasonable either as to what we're doing. And, you know, obviously, I hope, and although I didn't hear it, that there's a commitment to making this process as public as it ought to be for the benefit of the Commonwealth. I mean, there we go. And we are adjourned. Enjoy your dinner. Tammy? Thank you.
Pushing our reservation back.
Yeah.